Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ricardo Twagosep. I've got the distinct honor of leading the proceedings over the next 2 days at this very, very important gathering. And of course, I'm not doing it alone. I've got a very able and capable co-MC for the next 2 days, Ms. Naufiku Hamunime, who is, of course, an economist and a development finance specialist from the Bank of Namibia. So if there's any technical issue, I'm just going to hand over to her.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
We are gathered here, of course, for a very, very important conversation. As we are all aware, Namibia stands at a precipice of development right now, where we know that the median age of young people is at 22. About 71% of Namibia's population is under 35, 60% under 30. And that brings a huge responsibility in as far as ensuring employment and quality of life for this young population.
Ladies and gentlemen, as an African proverb reminds us, wisdom is like a baobab tree. No single individual can embrace it alone. In that same spirit, the wisdom needed to unlock Namibia's full potential cannot come from one sector alone. Indeed, it will take public, private, and the civic sector working together to address Namibia's answers.
Well, of course, although we sit on different sides of the aisle with different interests from both public and private sector, we all have one purpose in common, and that is, of course, to develop the Namibian nation and its people. And that's the purpose of this inaugural gathering of the Namibia Public-Private Forum, or what we refer to as NAM-PPF. So without wasting any time, let me please call on the Director General of the National Planning Commission to provide us the welcoming remarks, establish a protocol, and thereafter we'll provide the housekeeping rules for the event. Please give him a warm round of applause. So the idea is that we clap until he gets to the microphone.
Thank you very much, Directors of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Netumbo Daitwa, Honorable Natangwe Ithete, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, Honorable Ministers and Members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Captain of Industries, and representative of the private sector, senior government officials, development partners, representative of civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural Namibia Public-Private Forum, a significant milestone in our collective journey to build a more dynamic, inclusive, and competitive economy. This forum takes place against the backdrop of government commitment to speedily, fully harness our natural resource base, youthful and enterprising population, strategic geographic location, through a clear national development vision to unlock inclusive growth. For us, the Namibia Private-Public Forum is a mechanism for joint problem solving and shared accountability. This forum is therefore not a once-off engagement, but the start of a structured, ongoing national dialogue where commitments are made, progress is tracked, and impact is measured. The inaugural theme, public-private dialogue, to drive decent and sustainable job creation, enhancing Namibia's competitiveness, is built on the recognition that national development is a collective responsibility that requires coordination and coordinated action. The public sector will play its part in designing sound policies, creating a predictable, transparent, and enabling environment, and to stimulate growth through various policy interventions. The government's role is not only confined to to designing sound policies, but also to level the playing field, simplifying regulatory processes, removing unnecessary barriers to doing business, improving infrastructure, and ensuring fair competition. We believe that these are the conditions that allow the private sector to grow and contribute meaningfully to national development through innovation, investments, and job creation. In this regard, under the stewardship of the National Planning Commission and the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, a team of Namibians from the public and the private sector have crafted this forum around practical areas of collaboration that are aligned with our national development priorities. These include agriculture, culture and creative industry, energy, fisheries, health, housing, mining, and tourism. These are the very sectors that drive investment, growth, and employment. This is complemented by engagement on cross-cutting aspects of financing, digital infrastructure, logistics, skills, entrepreneurship, and value addition. Under the leadership of Her Excellency the President, Namibia's 8th administration has set a bold national target of creating 500,000 jobs during the 2025 to 2030 period. Achieving this goal requires aligning public policy with private investment and ensuring that every reform translates into real economic opportunities for our citizens. The Namibia Public-Private Forum therefore provides a platform to turn that vision into concrete action. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to introduce and invite Her Excellency the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Netumbo Ndaitwah, the chairperson of this inaugural Namibia Public-Private Forum, a visionary leader who has consistently championed partnership between the state and the private sector as a cornerstone of Namibia's development agenda. May I humbly request you, Your Excellency, to take the floor and deliver the keynote address to officially open the inaugural Namibia Public-Private Forum. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. You should stand where I'm standing, and you look into the room. As you know that faces tells more than the words. I'm telling you, looking in this room, I'm looking at prosperity. Just the attendance. And please take your seats. Thank you, Honorable Ambassador Dr. Kairi Mwende, Director General of the National Planning Commission, for giving me the floor, and the Director of Ceremony, in giving you the floor, he said that he wants you to make opening remarks and also to establish the protocol. So therefore, I'll stand on the protocol that you have established. However, I'm seeing in front of me our immediate former speaker, Dr. Kachavivi, And I really want to recognize you, as well as our governor of the Bank of Namibia. And I then stand on the protocol established. Last week, we hosted here the Silver Jubilee of the UN Security Council on Women and Peace, which I had an honor to address. And at that meeting, I made the following statement, which I also want to start with today, because I strongly believe on that. I told those in attendance that our achievements on peace and women, peace and security agenda will not be measured on the number of workshops and meetings we are organizing and we are attending, but it will be measured by the tangible output that will be seen by the women and the people of the world. I therefore want to repeat it here to you, my fellow Namibians, that our coming together will not be charged by our citizens as to how many meetings and documents that we are producing, but how they are touching their lives. That's the most important thing. Having said that, to ensure closer collaboration between the government and the private sector, back in 2021, the Namibian cabinet has decided on the establishment of the Namibia Public-Private Forum, which we are now launching today. You might say it has taken time, but remember, late is better than never. And we were really putting last year, in 2024, the cabinet again deliberated on the matter and agreed on the structure of the forum. The forum's main objective is to facilitate dialogue between the public and the private sector in the economic development of our country in order to serve our people better. We know that the public and the private sector, we have our distinct responsibility. However, we are all focusing on the same people, and that is the citizens of our country. Hence, there is a need for us to have a common approach, a common understanding, to enable us to achieve our objectives, and for both of us to succeed on what we want to do. So this inaugural session of the Namibia Public-Private Forum is now being inaugurated. As this is the first one, I want to thank the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board for leading the implementation of that specific cabinet decision, that today we are here to be part of the first session of the Namibia Public-Private Sector Forum. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank sincerely and welcome all of you who have made time to be part of this historic event, when a new chapter in our journey of nation building and prosperity is being opened. It will be good for you one day to say you were there when you reflect on the achievement of this forum. Today, we are not merely launching another dialogue, we are institutionalizing a partnership of purpose. And I want to underline the word purpose. A bridge between the government and the business, united by the shared dreams of building a prosperous Namibia. And this gathering is a tangible demonstration of our collective resolve to strengthen collaboration, inclusivity, and trust between the public and the private sector. I'm sure many of you who have been following me from 2022, when I was appealing to party members as well as to the nation in 2024 to give me this responsibility, I have been emphasizing on the important role the private sector can play in our economy. And I've been always making it very clear that the government will continue to work with the private sector to see to it that together we provide the quality service to our people to take them out of poverty that we know the majority are still languishing in poverty in our country. And for us who are in this room, we must have a responsibility to make our contribution. It does not matter how small it is. They say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. Do what little you can do. The persistent socio-economic challenges facing our country, the unemployment, inequality, remain the greatest test since our independence. The theme of our engagement today, the public-private dialogue to drive decent and sustainable job creation, enhancing Namibia's competitiveness. How can I be a proud Namibian when I travel all over the world and when the statistics are being read, you are told 44.4% of a Namibian young person is unemployed? Would you really want to listen to that? Me, I don't want to. And I believe no one wants to. So those statistics, those data that are available, local and international, must be a motivating factor to each and every Namibian who has the capacity, who has been empowered, who has been put in that position in order to bring others up. It is possible. Our history reminds us that Namibia has never been defined by adversary, but by our ability to overcome it. From the liberation struggle to nationhood, we have always proven that unity and determination can turn impossibility into progress. We faced, that's history, we faced the strongest army in the continent at the time. Why can't we face this threat of poverty, unemployment, and hunger in our country and to overcome? The faces I'm seeing, you can do that. Just pick it up. When I assumed office on the 21st of March this year, I made a firm commitment to lead a government that rejects business as usual. And I want to move this from the government to the nation. I want to lead a nation that reject business as usual. And it's you who can help me to achieve. We are ushering into a new era of decisive, efficient, and result-driven governance, an era that honors the sacrifice of those who fought for Namibia we are enjoying today. This calls for all of us, public and the private sector, to embrace collaboration and act with agency. I underline the word agency. You might recall that we recently launched NDP 6, anchored in the theme, fostering economic growth, inclusiveness, and resilience for sustainable development. NDP 6 maps the pathway to achieving Vision 2030. We have only 4 years to go to 2030. Transforming Namibia into truly industrialized and a prosperous nation. Yes, we might have lagged behind in some of the elements as articulated in Vision 2030. But I strongly believe if all of us as a nation, we take Vision 2030 as now being finalized by NDP 6, as part and parcel of our planning, we might achieve what we thought we could not achieve because of so many challenges that we have faced over the years during the period of 2030. Our goal is bold, yet achievable. To create 500,000 jobs over the next 5 years. Now, 7 months have gone after the 5 years, and I want us to make an assessment as to how many we have created. I know through the National Youth Fund, where we have so far supported the 42 projects, the plan is they are going to create 135 jobs. But there are some other initiatives, both in the private sector, that might have also added 1 or 2 jobs. Because job creation should not be solely a responsibility of the government. The government's responsibility is to create an environment in which business can grow and hire. This includes removing barriers, cutting red tapes, and ensuring that enterprises thrive. And that is why, in my address to the nation, which is called the Maiden Address to the Nation, I called on the Namibian people to submit to the government which policies, which laws you think are hindrance to our economic development. I hope you have responded, because now, as a government, we are seriously looking into your submission, as we would really want, as we are getting to the next year of the second year of our administration, we must have addressed those challenges. We have identified our priority areas. And I'm going to repeat these priority areas at every opportunity I get. And I'm doing it with a purpose, because I want to implant it in the minds of each and every Namibian. I don't want you to forget this. Whether you are in the public, whether you are in the private sector, I want this to be in your mind that as a nation, that is what we want to achieve. Our priority include with agriculture, top in the agenda. No one who's sitting here who has not today benefit from agriculture. You all had your breakfast. You are all putting on dresses. Some they are all coming from agriculture. You have your shoes, you have your bags. They are all coming from agriculture. Sports, another critical area. It works on the mental well-being of our people, psychologically, physically, and that will make them to be productive citizens of our country. Youth empowerment. The majority of our population are young people, and everything we do is around the young person, and that's why they have to come out. Health, education. You need an educated nation. You need a health nation that has to be productive. We talk about land, housing, and sanitation. All these are the important elements, and they are fitting in each and every enterprise, and also creative industry. Creative, who is not a beneficiary of creative industry? Who designed my dress I'm putting on? It's a result of creative industry. And all of you. Creative industry have a sense of innovation. And that is where we can get innovators who can even go into digital space. And that's why, for us, we found it's a very important sector. Now, to drive these priorities, we have what we are calling enablers. These enablers, we deliberately start with mining, because over the years, Namibia is known to be a mineral-based economy. And it is true, strategic minerals continue to be discovered in our country. And we must make use of them in the best interest of our people. Energy, you cannot industrialize if you don't have energy. The same goes to water. And agriculture is both a priority area and an enabler. And that's why we have to take it very serious. Tourism, our biodiversity, has made us to be competitive in as far as tourism is concerned. Fisheries, our waters, which we recognize it early in the days of our struggle. I've been saying this internationally, that when people are now talking about blue economy, if it's something new, we in Namibia, and that is why we have always been defining the blue color in the SWAPO flag as the blue water of the Atlantic Ocean and the resources that are in that ocean. That's how we have been defining it during the struggle. The blue economy, they cannot teach us, we know it. It's the blue economy. And then oil and gas, since in the 70s, in the 60s, we were hearing oil has been found in Namibia. I think in independence, there was a time when a small bottle was shown that oil is found. And then it was like dying. But now we are told it is here. So we have to add it as an enabler. Infrastructure development. You can't do anything if you are not developing your infrastructures. Both tangible and intangible. The roads, the airports, the harbor, telecommunication. All these are the infrastructure that you need. And transport and logistics. We have already set ourselves to be a logistic hub in the region. So therefore, these are the things we must know at all the time. And these are the building blocks for Namibia that stands on, that will enable Namibia to stand on her feet, resilience, industrial, and confident in its dealings in the international community. We are part and parcel of the global village. We cannot deny that. But we must really rely on our strength so that we can also be respected in the international community and to benefit from our resources and the resources of the world. When others come to bargain with us, we must bargain with some level of strength. We should not discuss, negotiate with the poverty mentality as if we are begging. We cannot be a beggar in the international community when we have resources. We must have leverage and even bring them to the point they can beg us. It's possible, it depends how you are approaching it. I have been there. You gave me a chance, more than 10 years, to be a Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. And before that, SWAPO gave me a chance to be a chief representative. So I can say a lot how the international community works. And we need to understand it. Don't be bullied with your own resources. My message to you is clear. Government needs you, and you also need the government. Namibia needs you, and you need Namibia. So therefore, let us work together to confront the challenges that stand between us and the prosperity. Over the next 2 days, when the organizers were organizing this event, they came to me and they say, President, you have a leeway to have it for a day or for 2 days. Which one you pick? I say, I don't want half work. I don't want half work. I'm ready to put aside and the budget. You have to budget even your time. And budget my time of 2 days to dedicate it to this event. So don't worry about me. I have budgeted for 2 days to be with you in this engagement because I want real outcome. So, therefore, over the next 2 days, I urge you to bring forward your best ideas in the boldest possible proposals and the boldest proposal to drive sustainable economic growth of our people. We are going to discuss within the 4 corners of this room. And please, don't please me. Make me angry if that is the way for us to break the ceiling to reach prosperity in our country. I don't want anybody who wants to read my mind as to what I want to be said. Just read my mind that I want to serve the Namibian people to the best of my ability, take them out of poverty, create jobs and prosperity in this country. So therefore, I want all of us really to make sure that we are opening our minds and do what is best for our people. Over the next 2 days, let us engage with unity of purpose, with one heart, one mind. Be honest and be solution driver. I call upon all institutions presented here to document your ideas carefully and ensure that the outcomes of this dialogue are translated into concrete and timely action for prosperity in our country. I thank all those who agreed to make presentations. And I'm sure you must have prepared yourself well. We are here to engage you, and we are here to shape the destiny of our people. Together, let us write the next chapter of Namibia's success. One defined not by what divides us, but what unites us. Now it seems I've spoken outside the conference. I should have declared the conference open before I started. Now imagine I have already opened the conference, so that all what I have said is part of the conference. So it's my honor and privilege to declare the Namibia Public-Private Forum officially open. Thank you for your kind attention.
Please, another round of applause for the executive mother. We are indeed led, as we're reminded, of course, by our executive mother, that this is a gathering of purpose. That's what we're going to be focusing on. And basically, in not many words, she has said that we are here to work.
Indeed, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, and that journey starts today. To share more on the background of the Namibia Public-Private Forum and expand on the forum's purpose of turning possibility into progress, as we've just been reminded by our head of state, please join me in welcoming the chairperson of the Coordinating Committee and the Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, Ms. Nangula Wanja.
Your Excellency, I do not know what to add after that powerful message. I believe whatever it is that I was supposed to share today has already been shared. So, Your Excellency, our Deputy Prime Minister, our Director General, let us stand on the protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thought after the energy today, we are going to see some response in this room. Good morning. You know what I told Her Excellency about the Namibia private sector? I said they are energetic, that room will be full of energy, and please do not disappoint me. So, Your Excellency has really touched on what this forum is all about. She has talked on the journey that we have come. I will probably highlight one or two things. The forum has been opened, and therefore, let us start and get to work. I always tell people I'm an accountant, so I like to start with data. And starting with data, looking at hunger statistics, they say probably close to 40 Namibians might have gone without a meal last night. About 700,000 might have cried themselves to bed wondering, where is my job coming from? Of those 400, some of them don't see a future because they have finished traveling this country from polar to post, applying for positions, being called for interviews, and then getting the letter saying, we regret, and we regret, and we regret. The Namibia Statistic Agency, they say about 380 or so thousand of those that are unemployed have given up looking for jobs. That is why we say that our unemployment, when it is strict, it's about 36%. When it is broad, is more than 50%. So Her Excellency was saying she is angered by poverty and by unemployment. The good news is we all share that anger. And I have had the pleasure of, over many years, engaging and consulting with public sector, with private sector, and I know we agree on one thing. The economic poverty of this country cannot continue. So, this is happening in a country where we say that, yes, we are a country that is endowed with significant resources. We are a country that has got a number of millionaires compared to other countries on the African continent. We are a continent that is attracting FDI. So we can talk about a lot that is happening. But why is that being enjoyed by a few of us? Why is it not reaching to the person there? And I think that is why we are here today. Because we all agree it is unacceptable, but it's not changing. It is persisting over many years. What is the missing link? We are saying that maybe collaboration between us, some have got resources, others have got ideas, others have got the policy. What do we need to do together to make sure that this situation does not persist? And that is why we are here today. So, if we need to grow this economy, we need to do it in an inclusive manner. We cannot continue growing the economy while we are the second most unequal country in the world. We need to make sure that we deal with inequality. And that is where the data is. So, NAM-PPF, I think Her Excellency has said a lot about that one. The journey started in 2021. We are in 2024. There was engagements to 2025, apologies. There have been engagements to make sure that, will this work? Is it another talk show? Who will be there? What will be done? So that is really what the engagements have been all about. To make sure that we are not here talking and more talking, but we are here coming up with solutions. So yes, Cabinet decided last year, September, okay, let us do this. And then there is a committee which I'm privileged to chair that has been then putting the ideas together since March to say, let us come together with purpose in a coordinated manner. How is this different? It's about the structure, it's about the consistency, it's about monitoring and evaluation, and it's about reporting on progress of what we are doing together. Not private sector doing something there, government doing something there, but really all of us pulling in the same direction, like the late Excellency, who came up with this idea in 2021, used to say. And that's why we've got that structure that we are saying there with the MPC as the lead coordinator. We know that the National Planning Commission is the lead coordinator of Namibia, and they are playing that role. We are supporting them as a secretariat to provide that work because also of the proximity that we have got to private sector, having representative, about 6 of them from the public sector and 6 from the private sector. That is also inclusive of the labor force, which is represented by unions, inclusive of people that will be funding us and development partners that support us. That is the structure. And the aim is to have this engagement annually so that we can reflect back and say, last year we said this. How did we deliver on what we have agreed together? We need to hold each other accountable. So that is currently what the coordination committee looks like. Expectations and objectives. We need to be solution-oriented. Her Excellency has told us we need to be focused, we need to build trust, and we need to accelerate implementation. And that is why today and tomorrow you will see groups. We have heard Her Excellency. We have listened to the priority areas of the government of the Republic of Namibia under the 8th administration, and we have seen what are the priority areas and what are the critical enablers, and how do we make sure that the private sector and the public sectors are all aligned in delivering on those. So we cannot have a lot of committees, so we came up with 10, and we looked at how do we organize them. I'm so sure you will look at it and say, how do you pair what with what? So we really came to what is really proximity, what are the areas that are in proximity, looking at some that are really more sector and others that are more cross-cutting, and we have had people that are working on working groups that we appreciate their effort. We have also had that coordination committee, and we have got the people that Her Excellency says they have decided or have agreed to be presenting today and tomorrow. So, results, inclusive growth and job creation, institutionalization of our public-private dialogue, and coming up with evidence-based policy and strategy reforms. So, what is our ask? Our ask is please engage. Her Excellency said, do not be in her mind and say ABCD. She is angry at poverty. We must all be angry at poverty. Let us target poverty and let us engage with that mind. We are not engaging against each other. We are on the same side of poverty, and we are going to tackle poverty and unemployment together. Let us prioritize. We can come up with 20,000 recommendations, but we have only got so many human hands, so many days, and so many hours. So prioritization is important. Let us be solution-oriented. We are not here to hear, I almost said something in Oshivambo. Sorry, I need to say this. We are not here to hear kuchoshike sharia omwali monduda. I don't know who is going to help me interpret that one. So please, not a lot of long stories as to what has been going wrong since the time immemorial. We are here to look at these are the challenges, but let us focus on the solutions. And yes, let us be smart. Very, very specific, very, very focused, not general ideas. Your Excellency, we need to do something. Of course we need to do something. What is the something? Can we just be specific? What we want is when the teams leaves here today, we should be able to start ticking off things on the list and saying done. If we are not specific, we cannot do that. So, setting the scene for today's discussion is going to be very focused on sectors. We will have a session or discussions as the directors of ceremonies will tell us. But we are starting with the favorite, agriculture, water, and fisheries. So if we do not have any hours left after anything else, at least we would have dealt with that one. Then we go to the sports, CCI, and tourism. And why did we prioritize those two? If unemployment is what we are really focusing, those are the two sectors that have got significant potential to employ especially school leavers and graduates. So those are the two sectors with that significant potential in terms of employment numbers, so we want to spend good time on it. And then, of course, health, housing, land sanitation, and then we come to the two significant enablers, like Her Excellency has said. So we will have 20 minutes of presentation. We have got two co-presenters for each of those ones. They've got 20 minutes to present, then 20 minutes of question and answers. Looking at the room and how many we are, we thought if we give out a mic, we might not finish. So I think the directors of ceremonies will tell us how we are going to be engaging. And then we will then set objectives. So that is what we have. I'm looking forward to an engaging session. It has been a few days in the making. I'm excited that we are all here, and I'm positive about Namibia because, like Her Excellency has said, today in this room, we have got some of the brightest minds in Namibia from the public sector, from the private sector, and if we put our mind to it and we focus on the 1% that we agree, if we differ on 99, for the sake of these 2 days, let's find the 1%. If that is unemployment and poverty, let us take the 1%, agree on it, and focus on facing that common enemy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Menangula, for bringing us that as well. You know, the work ethic of Dr. Wanja is just incredible. You call at 11 at night and she picks up the phone and she's as energetic as ever and gives those instructions. So because of that close working relationship and the fact that she's such a slave driver, we actually end up calling her Menangula even on some professional platforms, and we have to apologize. But nonetheless, the stage has been set. I think the instructions have been very, very clear in as far as what we're going to do. 20 minutes for the presentations and then 20 minutes for engagement. I just want to remind you once again, this is not a platform for making political statements when we are making the comments and the questions. There had been engagements that have taken place over the last couple of weeks, and the sectoral associations have been engaged to speak on behalf of the different sectors. And that's why it's important to, particularly whenever there are engagements, such as with the NCCI, whether it's the CIF, whether it's the unions, to make sure that as members of those organizations that we are involved. Unfortunately, the NIPDB or central government cannot directly engage each and every private sector player, and that's why we use the association to speak through them. So the focus, of course, has been to make sure that the three most important challenges and then recommendations, of course, for that particular sector are being highlighted and discussed. And that's the approach that we're going to take when we start with the working groups. We've heard from the public sector, and now, of course, we'll be calling on the representative from the private sector side to come and speak to us. The Namibia Chamber of Commerce and Industry has a very, very important mandate, of course, of gathering and creating and being the voice of the private sector in the country. If you're not organized, how else are you able to lobby and advocate for your interest? Please help me welcome the co-chairperson of the organizing committee, as well as, of course, the Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Titus Nampala. A round of applause for him, please.
See, everybody else who has gone before me didn't take water. So obviously we can tell who's not used to public speaking. Director of Ceremony, thank you. Your Excellency, I want to acknowledge your presence. Before I go to anything else, I want to make 2 disclaimers. The first one is that my kids and my fantastic team at the NCCI tells me I tend to wear a frown on my face. And I think that's just an etiquette in me that refuses to grow up. If that shows up, please ignore it. The second one is Dr. Wanja, Menangula to all of us, youngsters. Thank you for putting this together. Madam President, honorable ministers, DGs, deputy ministers, former Speaker, Reserve Bank Governor, distinguished leaders of the public and private sectors, fellow Namibians, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I was listening to my wondering, is there anything else left for me to speak? And initially I had thought, we'll put a presentation together. For one reason or another, we didn't share that. And I was listening to Her Excellency speaking, and I'm thinking, did Madam President get my speech somewhere? Unfortunately, I only finished it this morning, so it couldn't be possible. So I don't know what to say, but I'll try and compliment where I can. Your Excellency, I think the one thing that was easy task in organizing this forum was reaching out to the private sector to engage with you. But the hardest part was really trying to explain to everyone the why. Menangula alluded to this earlier. There were a lot of questions on, isn't this just another talk shop? Your Excellency, I think you have alluded to that as well. There were quite a couple of questions that came back to us on, just tell me, what is the one thing that we're going to say to the President that she is not already aware? What will be new? Your Excellency, in these remarks and these questions, I realized that we needed this engagement now more than ever. That hesitation really showed us the fatigue between policy and practice, between planning and progress. It's too glaring to ignore. Most Namibians are wary of dialogue that ends at words, and I think, Your Excellency, you have said that as well. Too many of us have lost faith that partnership can truly deliver growth. But here we are, all of us in the same room, on the same side of the table. Not to restate our differences, but to rediscover our shared responsibility in building the Namibia that we all envision. Madam President, Namibia is at crossroads. We face a large pool of unemployed youth. We have idle infrastructure. We face a growing public debt burden, and an economy that has not grown at the pace that our people deserve. Yet we remain a nation of extraordinary promise, Madam President. It is that promise that we stand upon today, convinced that our story continues to be weaved. My colleagues at the NPC tell me that for us to meet the aspirations of the NDP6, we must grow our economy at least at 6% annually. It has been a long time since Namibia has reached that level, but it's not beyond our reach. What we do need, Your Excellency, is slight tweaks. Tweaks in approach, in mindset, and in the rhythm in which we act. I was listening to Your Excellency as you were speaking, and I was actually wondering, I guess as CEO of Namibia Incorporated, you speak both for the public and private sector. And I was really thinking, is Your Excellency speaking on behalf of government or on behalf of private sector? I think we are in unison. But I want to assure Your Excellency, it's possible to grow at 6% and more. And as the private sector, our ask is very, very small. Dare I even say, very tiny. An enabling business environment. What does that look like? It's an environment that negotiates market access. And I like your words, Your Excellency. Let's be confident. Let's not be bullied. One that offers diplomatic support, delivers the right infrastructure, ensure fair and predictable regulation, and one that embraces business as a partner in crafting the Namibian story. Policymakers, regulators, and entrepreneurs often sit on opposite sides of the table, but we share a common mission, and that's to deliver an inclusive growth that one can see and feel, whether it's from Bethany or Tinsabes. Because, Madam President, one Namibian going to bed hungry is one Namibian too many. I believe we must engage more often, talk less about obstacles, and act more on opportunities. Your Excellency, allow me to share a few reflections, drawn from the realities that entrepreneurs face and the aspirations that they hold, on how public and private collaboration can truly unlock Namibia's potential. I'll start with our regulatory environment. We must begin with coherence and coordination among our regulators. Creating that enabling environment depends on collaboration, not fragmentation. The modern economy is interconnected, yet many of our regulators still work in silos. The same entrepreneur that's applying for a food license, for a trade permit, and an export certificate often face different interpretations of the same law from various regulators that are all serving the same central government. Your Excellency, you spoke about urgency, and I believe reducing the cost of business requires urgent priority. Many enterprises are buried under the layer of compliance. Red tape drives informality and discourages entrepreneurship. Simplifying and harmonizing regulatory systems will create more jobs than any other subsidy could. we need regulation that starts with enterprise. Smart regulation that listens, adapts, and focuses on a win-win outcomes. It's built on dialogue with industry, not distance. It reduces compliance burden so that business can grow, innovate, and employ. We speak of a forward-looking economy, but we are still regulated by laws from our distant past. I'm pleased to note that some of our regulators have created a regulators forum under the leadership of the Honorable Governor of the Central Bank. This is a commendable initiative in our view. I certainly hope that all the regulators, including those within ministries and local authorities, will join this forum. Alignment will enhance trust and efficiency. The second one in building and enabling our environment, Your Excellency, is policy certainty. We believe that to get there, we must be guided by research and data-driven. Decision must reflect the lived experience of Namibians, whether they are in Havana or Strand, whether they are in the Kunene region or Kavango East. For that, we must capacitate our institutions, starting with our statistics agency and our research institutions, both public and private, to collect credible data and measure our progress. As a nation, we must work hand in hand to incentivize research that matches our national aspirations. Innovation is not an accident. It's a product of deliberate and intentional investment. Some of you in this room have been unfortunate to hear me speak a couple of times, and you would have heard me repeat this phrase. In the 1950s, the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of South Korea had the same GDP. Today, South Korea is almost 30 times larger than Ghana. The key difference there has been deliberate and intentionality planning, policy that started with the end in mind. The other one I wanted to touch to on Your Excellency is communication, both from government and private sector to government. I believe that the way we communicate, reforms and regulatory changes directly influences investor confidence, both locally and international. Businesses plan on likely scenario. When they are not sure, they hold off on investment, and that touches on employment, it touches on how much tax we can collect. So, Your Excellency, if you indulge me, I would propose that communication must therefore be clear, timely, and strategic, designed for impact, not disruption. You have touched on how we negotiate, and I'm not going to spend as much time as I wanted to spend here, but I want to say that we must unlock the full potential of our trade agreements. Our export basket remains very narrow, commodity-based, and over-reliant on few markets and few sectors. We all know agriculture and tourism remain our short strategic levers that we can use to defeat unemployment. Broad-based manufacturing is key to industrialization. And of course, we all know the Namibian story cannot be told without mentioning mining. And obviously, there's many other sectors that I would spend the whole day going through. A domestic investment is also a very powerful, extremely powerful strategic lever that obviously, Madam President, often we celebrate foreign direct investment, and rightly so. But we must also look at how we mobilize our own domestic capital beyond taxation. We believe that this will be earnings accretive for Namibia Incorporated. One last thing, Your Excellency. The industrialized Namibia that we all dream of depends on one thing: affordable and secure energy supply. We will not be able to industrialize and attract meaningful investment if electricity cost remains high, if regulation in the space remains a hindrance. Energy security is not just a sectoral issue. It is the key that unlocks every other ambition that we hold. Madam President, these are not complaints. It's commitments. It's commitments from the private sector that wants to partner with you and your government in meeting your social contract that you have with the Namibian people. Our destiny is shared, joined at the hip, and united in building an inclusive, resilient, and globally competitive Namibia for all its people. Every act of partnership, every reform, every handshake of trust becomes a building block towards building a more prosperous Namibia. In closing, Your Excellency, I want to go back to my opening words on the questions that we got. Is this just a talk shop? Now, unfortunately, you alluded to what I was going to say, but I'm going to repeat it again. When we came to meet you as the coordinating committee on asking time, your response, and I personally was very surprised by that, because I expected you to say, let me go consider, let me go speak to my team, and then we'll come back to you. I'm not sure you took 30 seconds to respond when you said, look, if you guys tell me 2 days is what you need instead of 1, I'll create the 2 days, because I do not want to go talk for the sake of talking. Those words have stuck with most of us, and we are very humbled and privileged for the opportunity to co-create with you and your government for the benefit of the Namibian people. Your Excellency, business, private sector is ready. I thank you.
Dr. Nampala, thank you for reminding us that what we need is slight tweaks. Tweaks in approach, tweaks in mindset that will help us to reduce the regulatory burdens, reduce the cost of doing business, and ensure that we unleash Namibia's full potential. To speak to this further, we now turn to our first high-level panel, which will focus on unleashing Namibia's potential. Here, we will speak to advancing Namibia's competitiveness, creating jobs, and of course, creating investment opportunities. Our session begins with a presentation by Ms. Margaret Gustavo, who serves as the Executive for Competitiveness and Branding at the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board. This will then be followed by our panel discussion moderated by Mr. Conrad Dempsey. I'll now invite Ms. Gustavo to take the stage.
Good morning, Your Excellency. Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, all protocol observed. Allow me to stand on the protocol observed. I am going to do a short presentation, Your Excellency, just to give an overview on where Namibia stands currently with regards to her competitiveness. We have done the study through the University of Management and Development. It is a bespoke university in Switzerland. And we wanted to do that because we wanted to benchmark ourselves against leading economies in the world. So we have about the IMD Competitiveness Ranking Report. There's about 69 economies, of which about 50% of those economies are developed economies that are there, so leading economies of the world. And they define competitiveness as it's not just about competitiveness cannot be reduced to just our GDP as a country or the productivity, but it's really around how governments play a crucial role providing an environment that really looks at efficient infrastructure, developing institutions and policies that can encourage sustainable value creation on the part of enterprise. So I'm going to move away from that. So what the study does is, Your Excellency, it measures 341 competitiveness criteria, and then it also asks executives in Namibia their opinions on specific competitiveness pillars. So we surveyed about 100 senior managers and executives in Namibia. And then we are forming part of a ranking, and that ranking only had, when we did a study in 2023, when Cabinet first approved our participation as in this study, we only had a few countries on that. Now that we form part of the ranking, we have more African countries on there, and that includes Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and Botswana. Those are the only African countries in there. And when we look at some of the rankings and where these developed nations are, you will see a clear picture of how we are faring. So why is this important? I think measuring our competitiveness, and I remember when we started the study and First Rand supported our participation in this, it's really looking at it and saying, how do we play with the big boys? If there are people already leading, economies leading in competitiveness and turning around their economies, creating employment, having low unemployment rates, then we want to be able to look at how do we benchmark against them to bring our economy to that level. So it's really around benchmarking, evaluating our policies in order to make informed decisions and giving us a holistic overview of our competitiveness as a country, our learnings and best practices from some of these economies, and then giving us a global reference and analyzing some trends that are out there. So what is the methodology again? It's based really on, if we want to create wealth as a country, there are a few pillars that we need to look into. So this methodology has 20 subsectors. It comprises of 341 criteria, as I mentioned. Every subsector has about 5 or 20 sub-subsectors. And then in that, Your Excellency, there's 4 pillars, and you'll notice when we get to those 4 pillars, it will give an overview. So here we go. First, we measure economic performance. We assess the extent to which an economy fosters an environment in which enterprise can generate sustainable value creation. Then we also look at government efficiency, the extent to which government policies are conducive to competitiveness. And then we look at business efficiency, the extent to which national environment encourages enterprises to perform in an innovative, profitable, and responsible manner. And we also look at infrastructure, the extent to which basic technological, scientific, and human resources meets the needs of business Namibia. So those are the 4 pillars. Remember, we are competing with strong economies. And when we look at this, when we first saw the results, we were very discouraged, Your Excellency. But from the 69 economies, Namibia is number 68. However, there are elements in there where Namibia is outperforming some of these top economies of the world. It looks discouraging, but there are areas where we have strengths, and there are areas, as was alluded to this morning already by yourself, Your Excellency, as well as Menangula and Tate Titus, And where are the areas already that we need to just switch on the light in order for us to move forward? So if we look at the top 5 economies in the world in this study, it is Switzerland, Singapore, Hong Kong, Denmark, and the UAE. And in the different pillars, you also have the different economies that are outperforming the others in those different, the 4 pillars that you have there. So our results, Your Excellency, in the different categories. Overall, we're number 68 out of 69. We're performing the best under government efficiency. And that's the extent to which government policies are conducive to competitiveness. However, when we look at implementation, so here are policies. Do we have the right policies? Yes, we do. And how quickly are we implementing them? So you'll see tax policies stand out, and I'll get to that soon. Economic performance, infrastructure, we are number 65, and then business efficiency, 63. So we've got a lot of work that we need to do here. And over here, you've got your performance, your economic performance. We're doing really well around pricing, and pricing is really around your inflation and the cost of doing business. So when you're looking at us, obviously for us in Namibia, we are an economy in Africa, and we're saying, look, it costs a lot to do business in Namibia at this stage, but if you compare us to international economies, to other economies, to leading economies, there we're saying that, look, it is relatively cost-effective to do business in Namibia. So our tax policies, excellent tax policies, our public finances, and I think we've got a lot of work more to do around the business efficiency and infrastructure. So Your Excellency, if we want to create, sorry, I'm just going to run through these. If we want to create 500,000 employment opportunities for Namibia, there's key areas that we need to focus on, and those are just a moment. If we want to create 500,000 jobs, employment by 2030, there's key areas that we need to focus on, Your Excellency, and those are attracting investment and economic diversification. There's employment creation that we need to look into. In order for us to create employment, infrastructure and the development of our infrastructure is critical. And our business climate needs to be really top-notch in terms of how quickly do we provide a service in Namibia, and then also the cost of doing that service and the cost of actually what the enterprise Namibia has to pay. Skills, talent, and innovation becomes critical. Digitalization and technology are also key. So I'm going to run through these, Your Excellency. I think my slides were not updated, but that's perfectly fine. We'll just run through these. Under strengths, in terms of the cost of running just infrastructure, in terms of setting up a business, my office, that's about, we're number 2 in the world. And the cost of living index, we're also doing fairly well. If we look at some of our weaknesses, Your Excellency, our direct investment stocks inwards into Namibia, there's some work that we need to do, even though we were ranked recently as number 1 in Africa for attracting greenfield investment into Africa and into Namibia. So there are lots of things that we've been doing right thus far, but there are still areas where we need to improve. Under government efficiency, so our tax policy, so really measures the taxation levels on individuals and businesses. The policy there, excellent. Again, a lot of the elements that we've measured here is really just around implementation. So our employer social security tax rates, our tariff barriers, etc., those are some of the strengths we have. We don't have a lot of barriers to entry in terms of trading, but there is a lot of work in terms of weaknesses. If we want to attract the right skills, some of the key areas where we're looking at skills and skills are as a critical enabler for investors. The shortage of specialized talent, coupled with a perceived reluctance to facilitate the importation of such skills, is a significant constraint to investment and economic growth. So we need to look at our immigration laws. I know that we've digitalized our immigration laws already, and that already creates an impetus for us to move people into the country faster, making it easier to access Namibia. But then implementation at the border, Your Excellency, is areas where we just need to improve. Under business efficiency, so productivity, labor markets, finance, management practices, and attitudes are what we are measuring there. Again, maybe just to reiterate, to assess the extent to which the national environment encourages enterprises to perform in an innovative, profitable, and responsible manner. So we've got a total of about 75 indicators measured under this. And if we were to just summarize this one, Your Excellency, if we want to attract investment, the strengths under Namibia here is that our direct investment flows as a percentage of GDP is high. We talked about office rent, and public expenditure on education is really up there. We're about #1 globally. So in terms of the investments that we've done in education, excellently done. However, what we've noticed is the result of that investment is not seen yet in the economy in terms of the right skills that we need to move the economy forward. Our unemployment rate is critical. We need to change that. And I think we carry the same vision as public and private sector. And why we are in the room is because we all want to alleviate unemployment. And then we want to increase our export basket. As we receive more investments and we diversify our economy, Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, we will see us improving on our basket. Our female labor force, I think that goes without saying. Women in management, there's still some work that needs to be done. Just gathering more data. This is obviously international, it's data-driven and opinion-formed, but we still see that in the private sector, there's still some work to be done. We see government is leading here in this sense, but in private sector, especially in some sectors like mining, etc., there's still some work that needs to be done. Weaknesses, delivery of services, customer satisfaction needs to be improved where that's concerned. Our competitiveness tax regime needs to be improved. And also, even under government efficiency as well, competency of government, the high educational level, and the strong R&D cultures are one of them. Entrepreneurship, we need to create a culture where business can thrive. And where businesses do fail, how do we help businesses get up again, create an ecosystem that allows for people to get up again and actually move still and continue with the business. Infrastructures, under technological, research, scientific infrastructure, all of that, Your Excellency, those are critical. We still need to build on that. If we look at our digital readiness, productivity, innovation, and the country's ability to compete in an increasing digital global economy is critical. Namibia ranks lowest on our digital readiness. Internet bandwidth, we're number 69. Digital and tech skills, we're number 68. And the use of digital tools, we're number 66 out of 69 economies. So there's some work that needs to be done there. I think we mentioned this, total public expenditure on education, we're doing very well. But the result of that, how are we going to improve on the delivery of that expenditure that we are making? Our weaknesses are life expectancy at birth. Your Excellency, you alluded to our health sector and making sure that we have a healthy economy. So that's where work needs to go into. I think I'm not going to go into that. So our growth and results, if we want to create 500,000 jobs, we need to do this, attract investment, diversify our economy. We need to create employment. Our skills, talent, and innovation we must develop. Our digitalization and technology are critical. I think I spoke to this already. One of our strengths is this. Our weakness is unemployment and increasing our basket. In order for us to attract investment, Your Excellency, really our skilled workforce, when an investor comes, as we are diversifying, there's many sectors that we haven't been there before. We haven't been in oil and gas before, but we are finding ourselves there. So we need to develop those skills to make ourselves ready for when the oil starts moving. And I'm reminded of President Donald Trump, drill, baby, drill. And as we're drilling, are we ready with the right skills to have in that sector? Over here, our investment incentives, there is a lot of work that's going in there. At the moment, there is a signal that we have to enhance our incentives offerings. And if we don't do that, I think we do great at marketing Namibia, but I think, Your Excellency, in 2022, when we were in Angola, you mentioned it, and you said, Margaret, we don't have incentives. What am I supposed to sell as a country? And again, this is where we are. We need to develop our incentive packages so that we are able to to market our country most effectively and competitively with others. Immigration laws, I think we touched on that, our digital and technological skills. We need skilled labor and our finance skills. How do we run a business? Are we able to financially maintain that business? On our digitalization, I've spoken to internet bandwidth, our tech skills and our digital tools are important. How do we compare with our peers, Your Excellency? Our overall ranking, Kenya is leading in terms of just African economies in this ranking. Our economic performance, Nigeria is leading. Government efficiency, Botswana is leading. Business efficiency, Kenya is leading. And infrastructure, Botswana is leading. So there is some work for Namibia to do to get ourselves looking completely different. And somebody asked me, I can't remember yesterday, Margaret, what have other countries done to lead this? Said many, like Botswana, for instance, it's tweaking small things like ease of doing business. How quickly can I register a company? What is the cost of doing that? And those small tweaks that they made have already put the country on a different map. Okay. And it's not all bad news, Your Excellency. I think there are interventions already. Our tax relief measures that have been put in place, our national internship program and youth tax incentive, our enhanced public-private dialogues, such as this one. We've also got the productivity task force dialogues, introduction to e-governance, the development of key legislation, very important, and this is where incentives fall into the Namibia Investment Promotion and Facilitation Bill, and especially the special economic zones as we develop new industries. And then our competitiveness coordination. We met with the Director General of the National Planning already to look at where are we with this competitiveness ranking, what is it that we need to do, and we have been charged to set up a competitiveness working committee that will make sure that on an annual basis we are measuring how well we've improved or not. And then we have some recommendations, our improved educational outcomes, market skills availability, labor market efficiency. We need to strengthen the investment climate, very critical to employment creation, accelerate our digital readiness, optimize public sector performance, strengthen our data collection. We noticed that when we did this study, there's a lot of data gaps that we have. Either the data is not available, or the data is not available in the way that we need the data to measure our competitiveness ranking. We need to increase our visibility of policy reforms, strategic initiatives, and our country's competitive advantages. And then enhance export competitiveness, I think we've mentioned that. Address the high cost of capital for local enterprise. This is something that we will reiterate during this presentation, Your Excellency, and that is essentially the results of our competitiveness and just setting the scene for the conversation, the high-level panel. Thank you very much.
Bringing us that presentation. Of course, in the interest of time, we're not going to be stepping up and down on the stage so that we can save on the minutes. Please welcome Mr. Conrad Dempsey, Chief Executive Officer of FNB, to moderate the panel.
Good morning. Your Excellency, Ministers, Regional Governors, our former speaker that I saw earlier, fellow Namibians, friends, this is where we start to get real. I think, see the Governor laughing, he always urges us to be very pragmatic and action-based. I'm going to do a very short positioning on this panel that we'll be covering this morning. And I think, as Her Excellency also said, we don't get measured by the number of meetings and conferences, which is something that in my sector we know very well when we talk to our stakeholders. They do not really care when the ATM is down how many meetings we're having about it. They want action. When we talk about building a globally competitive Namibia, providing access to opportunities, it's a theme that resonates very well with us, and it's also the purpose statement of the First Rank Namibia Group. It originated a couple of years ago when we had a session near the Tosha National Park, and we spoke about the real imperative for change in the country. And it was crystal clear. We have to be a more globally competitive country and have easier access to opportunities if we are to address the societal challenges in the country. It's something we're passionate about, continue to meaningfully explore and debate and invest in. I think this concept of public and private sector, it quickly fades when you do not have a globally competitive country for a long time. Unemployment becomes too big, and the peace and stability that we take for granted is no longer there. An unstable social environment do not care if you sit on the fence of public or private. So for us, critically important that the next 2 days is key to be action-based and that we're not just tapping each other on the shoulder. It's a privilege to lead this panel this morning, particularly because it's a topic with a lot of interdependencies. I think for us, in setting this panel, we tried to be very focused, practical, and with a people-centric outcome. As the Excellency said in the opening remarks this morning, it's doable, but we need urgency in our action. Namibia has proven that it's a country that can punch above its weight. I think just 2 weeks ago here at the FNB National Cricket Ground, we showed the world when you're brave and bold in what you can achieve, and you can beat a test nation as a small nation with less players than one of their cities. We take that big, bold thinking into our economy. I agree, it will not be business as usual. When we travel the world, and recently with Her Excellency in New York, there's a lot of curiosity and interest in Namibia. It's a great time to be in the country, and it's a great time to leverage this enormous global interest in our country. And it's a great time to have these conversations on how we compete for global financial and human capital, which is why we sponsored this study from the IMD. Because we can all have opinions on what we need to do to be globally competitive, but a study like this provides facts and provides us with a very clear roadmap of where's the low-hanging fruit and things we can tackle. Not all of them are easy, and I think Margaret gave us a very high-level overview, but a lot of them are easily within our grasp and in our control. So with that very brief introduction, I'd like to take us to a conversation on this. I'd like to invite our panel members to the front and then introduce them to you. And maybe just a reminder to our panel members as well that it is a panel discussion, it's not a lecture, so we try and keep it to 3 to 4 minutes on our opinions and views. Please then welcome me as I call our panel to the front. Our first panel member, Honorable Selma Shipala Musuvai. Where's Selma? She's not here? She's standing in for her? Perfect, thank you. Mr. Klaus Schade, economist and chair of the Employment Services Board, coming and joining us at the front. Ms. Kana Ndelula, Kana, I'm just going to introduce you as Namibian businesswoman because the list is very long. And then Smita Kanakoze, who's the lead economist, finance and competencies and innovation for the SADC region for the World Bank Group. Right, so Kana, I'm going to start posing a question to you. And I think it's one of those that you often get a lot. The Excellency spoke earlier about NDP 6, the National Development Plan, the various plans that we have in place. And you probably often get this question on how do the private sector align to contribute towards this presidential vision? And I'd like to ask you to get very practical with specific actions on what government support, policy changes, or otherwise further incentive or less intervention and regulation is required to really help unlock that private sector sardine run into helping make this vision come true. Did you get it?
Thank you, Conrad. Good morning, Your Excellency. Good morning, and I sit on the protocol established. In terms of the policies that, or intervention that government needs to be making to stimulate private sector investment, I believe the policy environment and the structures that are put in place are fairly well set up, as was explained in the competitive report. What is lacking is mostly the coordinated intervention in terms of delivery. Just to maybe point to a specific example around export-related or supportive legislation. So if we look at the markets that exist in support of Namibian products, and we simply take that as a quick gain and focus our energies in terms of how to push increase investment, improve production in those sectors, and achieve larger export into those markets. That in itself, just looking at the impact that can be achieved in terms of job creation, is some of the low-hanging fruits that needs to be established. Recognition was given to the fact that we do know what is not working, and if we take responsibility for the fact that the efficiencies that need to be introduced are really starting with us not recognizing that we need to make those improvements, I believe that will give us a long way in achieving the growth. In the end, the jobs that we're seeking need to be supported by the investments that need to be created in the opportunities. And those investments can only be made possible through capital that is introduced into the market. There are many investment opportunities that are sitting at our doorsteps, and those opportunities can be enabled if some of the tweaks that were referred to are enabled. The situation we sit in, I just want to also highlight that the high unemployment that we're sitting with currently and the poverty situation is a situation that have unfolded over the years. We have lost investments that were not realized. That's why we're sitting here today. We have lost investment that have not realized. That's why the jobs, unemployment have increased. There are opportunities right now at the door that if they're not realized, and the access in terms of land, in terms of facilitation of the application in process, in terms of permits, if those things are not implemented, we will continue to lose those opportunities to markets that are a lot more competitive. So looking at what's at our doorstep now and implementing what we already have in the kitty is probably the first step in realizing and achieving the goals that we want to set ourselves.
Thank you, Kana. Quite a broad view there. I think I'd like to, from there, lead on that question into financial and ecosystem markets. And I'm going to pose this question and also allow me to introduce the Honorable Ndita Rubiati, who's standing in for the Honorable Selma Ashipada Musuvai. So Honorable Rubiati is the Deputy Executive Director, sorry, just not Honorable, in the Ministry of International Relations, but maybe take it as a bit of a precursor for things to come in the future.
Yes.
So Rubiati, I think, for the size of our country, we have a very impressive international reach and presence. And as I mentioned earlier, there's growing international interest in the country. Yet, when I talk to our business community, they often struggle to gain access into developed markets. And developed markets often feel that we are too small for capital allocators to be interested in the Namibian market. How do you feel, through international relations, whether it is in partnership or through the ministry, can we facilitate better access to new markets? I look at how our meat industry have been trying to get into the US, and also just how local industry players are able to play into our domestic market, there was an article this morning on the fertilizer guys who are struggling to produce and sell into Namibia, who are actually local. So I think in opening up broader markets, providing that access, and if there's any success stories that we can learn from, because just trading with ourselves is probably not going to get us there.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much, moderator, and Your Excellency, good morning. Good morning, honorable ministers. Speaker, may I stand by the protocol observed? And also, I apologize that we're all looking forward to hearing from Honorable Musavi. My name is Ndita Ngiponda Karobiati, and I'm the Executive Director at our Ministry of International Relations and Trade. So please, let's have that on record. Thank you. Again, I apologize that you were all looking forward to hearing from Honorable Minister, who of course is a very seasoned diplomat, who has really been at the forefront of our foreign policy, nurtured under the tutelage of Her Excellency the President. As to your question, Namibia has, of course, signed many trade agreements, and that maybe the reason why a private sector is not aware of them could be due to several reasons. I can start off by saying that the European Union, we have a trade agreement with SADC, and it's with the SADC-EPA member states. We have a preferential trade agreement with India. We have a preferential trade agreement with Mercosur, which is Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina. Of course, we have our African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which was our flagship agreement for integration in Africa. With the United States, we have a unilateral agreement, which is the AGOA, of course, which you know was not extended, but that was also an agreement that Namibia had access to the United States. China, we are in the process of looking at a multilateral framework, as well as Japan. Otherwise, the rest of the countries in the world, we trade under the Most Favored Nation clause, which is called the MFN. One of the constraints that our businesses face, of course, is our productive capacity and their ability to supply these big markets, basically based on the fact that if you are going to supply, I give you an example of China. They wanted to source beef from Namibia, and they were saying that they need 20,000 tons a month of beef. Of course, if you understand how much beef we exported to the European Union just about 8,000 tons. So China, just one country, would require double of our annual production. So we need to look back and say, with all this market access that we are opening, what is our ability to supply them and to service them? As far as the knowledge is concerned about the agreements, the government established the Namibia Trade Forum in 2005, and it was precisely for that reason, which is to assist private sector to understand what government is doing when it comes to trade policy. Government has also always included private sector in our negotiations on trade. They are part of the negotiating team. They are inputting into the process, and we would hope that private sector representatives would then be able to share this information with their stakeholders. One of the things we do request from private sector is that the more coordinated, the more structured they are, the better it is for us to communicate more broadly, and as well as to source input from private sector. As far as our diplomatic missions are concerned, the message is very, very clear. The priorities for government, of course, is economic diplomacy. Peace and stability is there, as was mentioned in the presentation, but we need to strengthen our bilateral cooperation to see tangible benefit and impact on the livelihoods of all our people on multilateral as well as on bilateral engagements. So I can leave it here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hugely insightful. I think building on that market access and our ability to actually deliver into it naturally comes down to our competitive posture. And I'd like to pose this next question to Mr. Klaus Schade, who I think over the last 3 decades have extensively written about matters reflecting businesses small and big, and called for forums of this nature. Klaus, I think within this consensus that we need to enhance Namibia's posture to be able to attract financial and human capital. We also understand that not all capital investment have the same multiplier effect on social benefit and jobs. And an event like this quite often has the risk to really just drift towards regulation. But if we take a bit of a macro look and we say, you know, perhaps start less, finish more, and how do we really utilize this benefit of a multiplier conversation in a free market economy? I'd like to get your views on if we really had to limit this to the most critical reforms, whether it's regulatory environment or the ease of doing business, that will measurably, meaningfully, and with impact move our competitive investment landscape forward. Where would you see that focus?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dempsey. Good morning, Your Excellency, Madam President, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, all protocol observed. It's quite a mouthful. I don't think I have enough time to exhaust it. And most of these, let's say, weaknesses have been highlighted, starting with the ambassador in the morning, Ambassador Mbwende, who talked about simplifying regulations. It was also highlighted again in Ms. Gustavo's presentation, regulations, consistency, and so on. This is, I think, a very critical point. Applying latest technologies to apply for all the business permits, licenses, and so on. If I'm not mistaken, about 7-8 years ago, Namibia hired consultants, I believe, from Singapore, who developed an online portal for business registration. I haven't heard about it after, I think it was working for a couple of months and then it fell flat. There might be legal issues that institutions or ministries are not allowed to share information, but I think that should be possible to sort out in a reasonable amount of time. It can't take years and years to sort these issues out. Again, what was stressed already, I think we need to act with a greater sense of urgency to address these weaknesses that are very well known. We have followed the ease of doing business report compiled by the World Bank, I think, until 2020. The competitiveness report from the World Economic Forum, it was also I think the last report appeared also in around 2020, and so on. We know all these weaknesses, but we haven't really made progress in addressing them. So establishing an online portal where you apply once for all the necessary licenses and permits will cut the time of registering a business and the cost in particular substantially. I think in 2019 we were still about 20-30 days to register your business. It was down from 66 days before. Other countries in the region, even Rwanda, and so you talk about a few days. So that is very important. And then the breaking the silos. We are not only too few, I think, to be poor. We are also too few to working in silos and in isolation in Namibia. And therefore this business, this public-private forum is long overdue, that we really come together. We not only talk to each other, we listen to each other and take comments and so seriously and find solutions to it. That should certainly drive the economy. And especially for startups, for small industries, these compliance issues, also with Ministry of Justice and Labor Relations, it's a significant burden. I think we need to have a more pragmatic approach to regulations and compliance with existing laws. Coming to the multiplier, it's very important. To create jobs, we need, of course, to focus on labor-intensive industries. These are in the services sector. It has been mentioned, agriculture, and agriculture goes beyond food production. It's also biomass utilization. We are aware of our bush encroachment. The bush can be harvested and used not just for the production of charcoal. Charcoal is the third, I think, largest agricultural export item after beef and grapes in Namibia. We need to be more innovative. We need to do more research how we can utilize the bush encroachment for other products, building construction material, and so on and so forth. It brings me also to another area that hasn't been mentioned this morning. Most of the other things have been mentioned, namely research. Much stronger collaboration between the public sector, the private sector, and academia to look into new products, new production processes, and so on. The only example I'm aware of is a couple of years ago when Ohlthaver and List looked into growing barley in Namibia. They collaborated with the Ministry of Agriculture, with our tertiary institutions to form to research how and whether it can be grown. I think we need much more of this collaboration. So that we expand not only the product range, but create employment. But we can not only focus on labor-intensive industries, we also need capital-intensive industries like green hydrogen, oil and gas. A lot of the manufacturing industries are also highly capital-intensive, and they are more productive. And if you increase the productivities, you also increase wages and salaries. So you increase the income. This income, this household income, is spent also on domestically produced goods and services. So you induce what economists call induced multipliers, namely the demand for domestically produced goods and services increases, thereby you create jobs in these industries, services industries, manufacturing, agriculture, and so on and so forth. So it's not either or. We need to stimulate investments in both labor-intensive and in capital-intensive industries, and we need to analyze the, let's say, employment effect through the whole value chain, because even if there is relatively few jobs created, let's say in a green hydrogen larger plant, according to my calculations, it might be between 10 and 15,000 in total. What is most important are the indirect employment effects, namely these industries that buy goods and services on the domestic market and therefore create jobs in these markets. And then these industries that supply the, let's say, green hydrogen, they also increase the demand for their inputs, and so on and so forth. And then, as I indicated, the induced impacts. So we need to have a more thorough analysis of this whole value chain from, let's say, an investment and analyze what's possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Klaus. Economists are not economic on time. I think a conversation like this often has a big people focus and a people element, and I think employment have come through a lot, social upliftment have come through a lot, and with that, I'd like to put this next question to Smita from the World Bank here, who comes with a bit of an outside perspective from outside Namibia. And I think we've seen globally competitive is not just about attracting financial capital, but very importantly, the ability to attract and develop our own leading human capital. If we look around the world, even the most developed leading countries are doing more to attract the best talent to come and help them achieve their national goals, and through that, enhance their own national talent density. If you put on the lens of the World Bank, what sort of views does the World Bank have when you assess Namibia's human capital development challenges? Some thoughts and support that can be provided in strengthening our skills development and improve our educational outcomes. Margaret's presentation earlier indicated per capita or the percentage of GDP, we're probably top in the world, but our educational outcomes are lacking. And I suppose coupled with that, we have a low ranking in immigration laws to attract the right talent to come and help us build this national dream. So maybe some views, thoughts, and support that you feel you can lend on that.
Thank you very much, Conrad. Good morning, Your Excellency, Madam President, DPM, and all protocol observed. On behalf of the World Bank, I'd really like to express our gratitude to be invited to this very important forum. So let me start with I think Elizabeth she set the stage very nicely in terms of where Namibia actually does really well. And as she showed you, there's a large percentage of public expenditure that actually goes into education. To be precise, 21%. But what we see is, in addition to what was shown in the IMD report, the human capital index for Namibia is actually 0.45. What does that mean? It means that a Namibian child born here today can only have 45% of his or her potential because of the health and education constraints. Now, this is better than the sub-Saharan African average of 0.4, but other countries like Brazil have 0.55 and Malaysia have 0.5. So what it goes back to is how can this large amount of expenditure that's going into education actually yield the results that you'd like to see, especially given where Namibia is today at the cusp of providing basically a hub and potentially being a hub for these very new strategic industries. So, and I think this is a great forum because a lot of this will come from also the private sector. So the public sector puts in the money, but there are lots of these solutions that need to be private sector driven. So for example, the tertiary and vocational education system in Namibia is relatively small in terms of how far and wide its outreach is. So together with the private sector, how can the curriculum be made more relevant to today's industries as Namibia is moving towards different industries? How can it be more private sector driven in that those graduates coming out and graduating will actually get high-paying jobs? And how do you enable a regulatory environment wherein you can actually attract the most skilled professionals, not only in Namibia, but across the continent as well as globally? Now, the reason why this becomes even more important is skills development is a medium to long-term agenda. But there needs to be, as you heard, there need to be solutions today. And for that, there need to be solutions such that you're able to make sure that the framework and the foundations, while being strengthened, you have short to medium term solutions. But again, in addition to the TVET, you also have worker-based learning opportunities. You have strengthened interactions, as the previous panelist said, between research and industry, because what you're looking at is building a Namibia which is more innovation and high value-added focused. And for this, your critical, the most important resource is your human capital. So in a nutshell, Conrad, to basically say that there is a lot of public investment going into this sector. How do you make it more efficient? But there is also the role of private sector to step in and to provide these inputs to make sure this curriculum is more modernized and more relevant for today's age, while having a pipeline of globally equipped talent in Namibia, where the Namibians can get high-paying jobs today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. I think I want to build on that and put a question through to Kana over there. Kana, we just spoke about a couple of questions on how do we have a more modernized and relevant curriculum for what we need in Namibia, and I think this concept of tertiary output, secondary education output is coming through a lot today. You've worked with businesses from small startups all the way through. In your view, if we take this lens of tilting towards something more relevant, and we want to really have tangible short-term outcomes, what are those critical skills gaps that we're facing in Namibia? First question. Secondly, the conversation around the role private sector plays in actively participating to deliver into that skill set to a more competent workforce, a more globally competitive workforce where we can start to export skills. And I suppose, in very short, your views on improving employability.
Thanks, Conrad. I think if you look at the investments that are coming into the market, we have to recognize that if we're introducing something new, we most probably don't start from a basis of expertise in the skill base that we have. And that's where the principle of partnerships in moving investment forwards is relevant. What skill sets are required to enable an investor that have a particular business case to implement in Namibia? I think that's a starting point that we need to look at. The one point I also would like us to recognize is that when we look at our education, it doesn't necessarily produce able skills for people to start implementing on day one of a job. So how do you create opportunities for incentivizing apprenticeship in the private sector? But also, I believe private sector can come forward with a lot more targeted participation in ensuring that we provide opportunities for inexperienced graduates to come to the employment basis. Now, if you look at the just the basic education in primary education, we have a system where we are advancing students without them reaching a specific competency-based level of achievement. And that's probably the one low-hanging fruit that we can start in our education base to rather advance students to the next grade when they have achieved specific competencies. What that does is that we've created a basis of, shall I say, substandard qualifications, starting with primary school, high school, and eventually we see that coming through when we see the number of people that goes to tertiary education. Namibia has a basic, I think if you look at the literacy level in terms of numerical and reading, and you assess high school graduates, we are lagging when compared to our peers. Looking at the tertiary level then, what qualifications are we, or what curriculum are we really advancing that speaks to skills creation? Are we teaching our youngsters to be able to do something, or are we teaching our people to claim that they have a graduation and not a degree? And I think that's the latter is probably true, that we have people with a certificate, but their competency to apply themselves is limited. And this is even in the field of accounting, for example. So without citing all the disciplines that we're lacking, I just want to make the general point that our output at university level, at tertiary level, is not skills qualified. It's not skill competent. And if we can embrace our development partners and look at, I mean, Margaret has pointed out the countries that are competitively advanced, that are leading the way. How do we create partnership at education level to say, how did you do it to create a competent skill force? Because investments required good level of skills. And if we can build on, whether it's Germany, whether it's Singapore that was stated, and we create those partnerships through private investments in skill-based tertiary education, it will take us far. The other point I really want to cite is in advancing this investment scale that we anticipate, we need to embrace investors' appreciation and right to bring the right skill set to implement the investment. Because if investors are not able to have presence, to have the right skill set in terms of a position to advance these skills, we will not realize this investment, because no capital can be deployed when the investor is absent. Let me maybe stop there in the interest of time. Time's up.
I see we're getting the red flag here for out of time. Thank you for that, Kana. And I think, when we talk about these topics, we can probably go the whole morning. But I think in just wrapping up, thank you to my panel, very powerful panel, very insightful. And really just 3-4 thoughts to wrap up this panel. From the presentation earlier, it's never nice when you see you're second last in the race. But the upside of that is it's quite easy to move up in the race next year. And there's some low-hanging fruit that we can tackle in Namibia, and a lot of it's in our control and covered by the panel this morning. I think it was quite clear as well, a lot of these opportunities are not possible without the deployment of meaningful capital into the economy, into the right sectors as well. Capital goes where it's rewarded and stays where it's treated well. We spoke about export markets opening and our ability to actually deliver into those. And I think, in conclusion, we have to agree that we are too few to work in silos. We need stronger collaboration in research. And our most important resource to actually leverage this dream for Namibia is our human capital. And the need to move towards a competency-based relevant education, as Kana indicated there, probably has the most meaningful long-term multiplier for us. Thank you for your time.
Please remain. Please remain. To the panel, thank you very much once again, Mr. Dempsey. Just a reminder for the panelists, we are here to work, like I mentioned, when we're doing presentations, whatever, there is a timer down here. When the time is done, the time is done. We have a room of about 500 people, all of you imported in your old capacities. I just want to set a number of rules for the engagement when we have our question and answer sessions, because of the fact that we have such a tight program that we are running. No one will be allowed to speak for more than 30 seconds. We expect you to organize your thoughts before you ask for the microphone. No brainstorming on the microphone. Organize your thoughts before you ask for it. Number 2, please stand. We are broadcasting this, of course, to the rest of the nation to ensure inclusivity as per the instructions of Her Excellency. So when it's time for you to ask your question, please stand so that the camera can be able to pick you up as well. Your name and organization, and tell us whether you want to ask a question or make a comment. 30 seconds, and you stick to that. We will switch off the mic if you continue. No political statements will be allowed. This is not an instruction from Her Excellency. This is from our side as Secretariat to ensure that we meet the objective of this discussion. There are other platforms for those engagements. For the media as well, just a reminder, media, after the tea break, you may be excused. We'll welcome you back again for the closing session tomorrow. And thank you very much once again for making sure that the Namibian people have access to what we are discussing, because this pertains to them as well. Last but not least, of course, please keep the cell phones on silent or switch them off. We know that many of you have left your offices, but we trust at this level that the delegation should be efficient enough to keep things running while you're not there. Who are the takers? Let's start with questions, comments, show of hand. We'll have the microphone get to you, and then you can engage. Going once, going twice. All right, seems like it's okay, there we go.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I just have a quick question to the economist on the panel. What would the multiplier effect be for the cultural creative industries in Namibia? We know we are currently being highlighted as one of the key sectors, but what does that multiplier look like for cultural creative? Thank you.
I think for that one, perhaps are we going to have some input? Or because we've got a dedicated session that's coming up that will be led by Ms. Chuna Daringo in terms of that. So perhaps we can also lay that, Chuna, take note of that as well, then we can give a response. Do you have any takers from or would you rather pass it over? Klaus, I see.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I'm afraid I don't have the multipliers with me for all the various industries, and the creative industry is also not a, let's say, stand-alone industry in the national accounts or in the labor force, so therefore it would be a bit challenging to calculate the multiplier. But definitely it's a labor-intensive industry, so it will be higher than a multiplier in a capital-intensive industry. Thank you.
We've got one more there.
Yes, good morning. Flexman Samuel from the public enterprises sector in Namibia. I would like to put it to the panel as to what do you think is the role of the public enterprises in Namibia, I think, to help attaining the objectives that we are discussing now. Thank you.
Fair question. Let's take two more before we bring it back to the panel. We've got a hand here, so we'll start with that, and then please bring it front to Mr. David Nyoma. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning. Arinze Okafo, investment professional and founder of NIFA Academy. My question is directed to, I think, Conrad and Mekauna. As private sector, how do we practicalize this national tax incentive so that we can create the actual jobs, especially across internships and graduate programs? What's been the barrier, even though government is saying they're giving us 50,000 for every intern job that we create?
Let's bring it to the front here. Did we have another taker there as well? Okay.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. My name is David Nyoma, Group CEO of Capricorn Group. Not sure whether it's a comment, question. Silos have been mentioned, and to me, it's a very serious one. Perhaps this is directed to the government representative on the panel, my dear sister. There are regulatory silent entities, and they are perhaps the most potent in effecting or not effecting progress in terms of business operation. Will it perhaps be helpful for some research to be made, and they cut across all sectors, be it housing, be it health, be it agriculture, you can name it all. A research to be made as to what are the regulatory powers of this and what impact do they have on what we are talking about, in other words, ease of doing business in Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take one more contribution on this end before we bring it back to the podium.
Good morning. My name is Doreen City of Windhoek. I have a quick question. Have we defined as a forum what decent and sustainable job, what that would look like? Also, we need to consider, are we considering underemployment as well, or is it just complete unemployment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got Kadisha, can you bring the microphone on this end for the IG as well, so that he can make his contribution. IG, please introduce yourself as well. I'm not sure whether everybody knows in the room who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me stand on the protocol. Indeed, I have a question. I've been listening to the presenters, and there's nothing that has been said about the safety and security of our republic. Because that issue, security and the economy, is interrelated. What is the status of safety? Because I think that one is also very important to come out. So that at the end of the day, that people that are responsible for security, we have also a takeaway to go with. Thank you.
100%. Thank you very much. Bring it back to the floor.
Thank you.
We'll start with Mr. Dempsey and then we'll give you platform.
It's quite a few questions, so I think if we had to go and just allocate them into the panel. And please, where we did not get your question 100% right, please let us know. And also to the panel, we are a little bit tight on time on the answers. I think maybe if we start with the one on the tax incentive on internships, and how do we practicalize some of that? Kana, I don't know if you've got some specific views on it, and then I'm happy to fill in as well.
I'll follow you.
Okay.
Okay, let me start. I think on the tax incentive, it's really a call on us, and maybe the Chamber of Commerce and the other business associations can lead. If we can all take government's hand on this opportunity and make a commitment, it's to the benefit of everybody to take this up. While I have the floor, maybe I can respond to the question of SOEs. The SOEs are probably the most relevant extension of government partnership into the private sector or in the economy. So an SOE will either be a business partner to implement investment in a particular sector, or an enabler if it's a regulator or a facilitator of permits. And to that extent, there's obviously investment and growth cannot happen without, I'll say, a lot more targeted and intentional partnerships. Let's not crowd out investments because of fear of competition. And I think sometimes when people are not sure either about the intention of the other party, or we don't understand the dynamics of the proposal of another party, we tend to not make decision and rather delay. And I think that is probably where some of the lost opportunity in the Namibian environment sits, where the SOEs are not partnering adequately. A call from me, I think the PPP Act is not working. It has created a lot of mistrust. It's very bureaucratic. It's supposed to be a conduit of partnerships between government agencies and private sector, and it's not working. And that will probably be one of the quick wins that we can make.
Thanks, Kana. I must echo the point on the internships. You know, we run a very big internship and first job program, and I'd really encourage any business to take it on. The sort of jewels you discover in terms of talent at a very low cost of employment that you can then upscale into more meaningful employment jobs and proper earnings. It's a wonderful feeder, and it's got a great multiplier effect. I think I see we are out of time, but I think if we can just maybe, to David's question, and I think it was poised towards you, if you could maybe not mind to cover
so
that.
We'll give Edie the chance, and World Bank a chance as well. After the two comments, we close.
Right, thank you. I think with regards to public enterprises, I just also want to add that if you recall Her Excellency's presentation this morning, her statement, when she looked at the enablers, they are all headed by the public enterprises. So their role is just as critical for all of us, as Kaun has mentioned, to unlock, to regulate, to deregulate some of those constraints and bottlenecks. As to the question by Mr. Nyoma, I think Margaret's presentation was very enlightening. It highlighted where we are at the bottom of the table, where we are number 68 or 69 in the categories of economic regulation. And I think that is for us a first step to go and interrogate that, see where the regulations are in the various OMA, and then see where we can take it up from there. So thank you so much for that. It's really appreciated.
Very briefly, on the question on public enterprises, I think the various panelists have already spoken to the role that the public enterprises play. I just wanted to add that as a country transitions, there's also a need to change that role sometimes, and to basically use the public enterprises to crowd in private sector, private capital. So I think that's something that's very important, and some of the things that we, for example, when we analyze is how much is the state in business. So you want to make sure that the business of the state is minimized in what are normally competitive sectors in an economy. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panel. Where's our official photographer? Chief. Can I please ask the panel to stand so that we can just have that group photo? Without the picture and the annual report, the event did not happen. But nonetheless, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, a very, very important contribution coming in from the United Nations. As you know, Namibia is a child of international solidarity. The development of this country has been closely been in partnership with international development agencies, particularly the United Nations. We'll hear from Hopelang Mproro, the resident coordinator of the United Nations in Namibia, when we come back after the break. We'll take an exactly 20-minute break. 11:55 sharp is when we are starting. Please grab your coffee, etc., and then we get back in the room to continue with the second half. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Kavango West, a region of resilience, growth, and potential. Established in 2013, the region is divided in 8 constituencies, namely Mankupi, Ngamagoro, Nguni, Kapako, Musese, Tondoro, Nkurenkuru, and Pungu. Kavango
Thank you. I had the opportunity to engage with our next speaker earlier this week, and her passion for gender equality and youth empowerment, one of the key priority sectors that Her Excellency spoke to earlier, came through strongly. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Ms. Hopalong Pororo, who is the United Nations Resident Coordinator to Namibia. Ms. Hopalong, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, and very good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you all. So I will acknowledge Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, and then I will, if I may be allowed, to stand on all the protocols already established. It is a privilege to join you all today for this important dialogue, focusing on public sector partnering with the private sector to drive decent jobs and enhance Namibia's competitiveness. Congratulations for launching this forum. Allow me at the outset to commend you. I'm commending Her Excellency in her absence for her visionary leadership in placing youth, jobs, enterprise development, and social protection at the center of the national agenda. Today's dialogue reflects her commitment, her government's decisive and timely commitment to building an economy that creates opportunity for all. This gathering stands as a powerful demonstration of Namibia's resolve to translate its ambitions for sustainable, job-rich growth into tangible results for its people. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, the 24th of October, the world commemorates the founding of the United Nations Charter in 1945 and renews its commitment to peace, development, and human dignity for all. UN Day reminds us that the values of cooperation, multilateralism, and solidarity are not relics of history, but they are living principles that should guide us globally through an age of uncertainty. It is therefore fitting that we gather here to discuss how partnerships with the private sector can accelerate progress on jobs and social protection. The United Nations was built on the belief that global challenges demand global solutions. In today's world, shaped by climate shocks, economic volatility, inequality, and rapid technological change, this principle of multilateral cooperation is more relevant than ever before. Our collective vision is expressed through the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, a universal pledge to leave no one behind. Yet, with only 5 years left to achieve the SDGs, progress remains uneven and fragile. That is why, at the Summit of the Future, member states adopted the Pact for the Future, a bold commitment to reinvigorate multilateralism and renew trust in collective action. The Pact identifies 6 transitions essential for rescuing the SDGs, one of them being jobs and social protection. This is a recognition that decent work and social protection are cornerstones of peaceful and resilient societies. In line with this, the Secretary General of the United Nations and the Director General of the International Labour Organization launched the Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transitions. The Global Accelerator seeks to align national and international efforts to 1, create 400 million decent jobs, especially in the green, care, and digital economies. Secondly, to extend social protection coverage to 4 billion currently without it. And third, to promote integrated policy solutions that connect economic growth with human security. The Global Accelerator operates on 3 interlocking pillars. First, it promotes a coherent policy framework or frameworks that link employment, social protection, and macroeconomic strategies, ensuring that job creation and social inclusion advance hand in hand. Second, it mobilizes innovative financing, including blended public-private mechanisms to scale investments that generate jobs and strengthen social protection systems. Third, it promotes partnerships and coordination, a whole of United Nations, a whole of society approach that maximizes the collective impact of national and international actors. Today, I think we heard also too that we are not able, or we should not be working in silos, but we need to see how best we can work together. And this is really what the United Nations has also been talking to member states of, how we can have whole of government approaches and whole of society approaches. Namibia joined the Global Accelerator in 2024 as one of its early pathfinders. This engagement is perfectly aligned with the country's Vision 2030, the 6th National Development Plan, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, covering 2025 to 2029. These frameworks collectively set the direction for sustainable, inclusive, and job-rich growth. Work is advanced to develop Namibia's Global Accelerator Roadmap. The roadmap has 4 strategic pillars, namely coordination of employment creation, because if you can agree with me, is that if we do not coordinate our youth employment efforts or employment efforts in general, then it will be very difficult to actually measure what it is that we are doing in terms of addressing the problem. Second is youth employment and entrepreneurship. Third, its expansion of social protection coverage. And lastly, facilitation of the transition from the informal to the formal economy. To ensure strong leadership and coherence, Namibia has established clear governance structures for the Global Accelerator. At the top, we have the Troika Plus high-level committee, which provides cabinet-level oversight, and it is co-chaired by the Ministers of Finance, Justice, and Labor Relations, and the Director General of the National Planning Commission, supported by other key line ministers, and also the CEO of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board. The steering committee is co-chaired by the Executive Director of the Ministry of Labor or Justice and Labor Relations and the United Nations Resident Coordinator, which serves as the main policy forum, bringing together senior officials, UN agencies, employers, workers, and development partners. The National Global Accelerator team is co-chaired by the Ministry and the ILO, and this drives the technical implementation through experts from governments, the UN, social partners, academia, and civil society. The Global Accelerator has received catalytic funding to support policy actions related to the extension of social protection and the creation of jobs, support the structuring and mobilization of sustainable finance to allow for investments in employment at scale, and also to allow the delivery of a demonstration of sectorial interventions to create jobs for young people. Through these resources, 2 joint programs have been launched. The first one is on agri-systems transformation through biomass processing for decent jobs creation and the extension of social protection. This is being implemented by the Food and Agricultural Organization, the International Labour Organization, and UNDP. The other program is looking at strengthening social protection systems and employment programs for a resilient and inclusive Namibia, which aims to modernize and digitalize social assistance systems, expand decent employment opportunities, and strengthen institutional capacity for integrated social protection and employment policies. This work is being implemented by the International Labour Organization, UNICEF, and the World Bank. Together, these efforts exemplify what the Global Accelerator stands for, a coherent model of job-rich and socially inclusive growth rooted in national ownership. And these joint programs, because they are supported through just catalytic funding, they need to link then to other government or other national interventions on youth employment, for example, the National Youth Development Fund, excuse me. Distinguished participants, at the center of this transformation stands the private sector. Governments can set the vision, but it is businesses, large and small, that turn ambition into reality through investment, innovation, and employment. The Global Accelerator recognizes that sustainable development cannot be achieved without responsible, dynamic, and forward-looking private enterprises. Across the world, companies engaged through the UN Global Compact are proving that profitability and sustainability go hand in hand. Globally, the private sector contributes to the global accelerator in 4 main ways. 1, as investors and innovators, mobilizing finance and technology for green and digital transitions. 2nd, as employers and trainers build skills and decent work opportunities. 3, as contributors to social protection through fair taxation and reasonable employment practices. And 4th, as advocates for inclusion, we promote gender equality, youth employment, and diversity in value chains. Public-private partnerships remain a powerful mechanism for translating these roles into tangible outcomes. Partnerships can deliver not just value for money, but value for people, ensuring that economic gains also yield social and environmental benefits. I would like to share 5 examples of such partnerships. First, public-private partnerships through supplier development programs can be effective in linking small and large businesses, creating mutually beneficial value chains that raise productivity, quality, and collective profits. This in turn creates more and better jobs. By anchoring SMEs to reliable buyers, this reduces risk and improves access to finance through predictable contracts and shared growth. Businesses provide mentorship, markets, and financing linkages, while the government facilitates policy support, guarantees, and coordination. One way to scale up such an initiative would be to leverage public employment services infrastructure, including SME databases and local enterprise centers to link entrepreneurs to business. An example is the UNDP's Supplier Development Program in Botswana, which is a small pilot that has focused on mining, agro-processing, and manufacturing, which showed the potency of the approach. In Zimbabwe, through a private-public partnership, the city of Bulawayo supported employment creation and transition from the informal to the formal economy, partnering with Old Mutual to provide appropriate low-cost workspaces for informal economy operators, matching this with appropriate financial products. While the government, through the local authority, co-financed the development of the spaces, updated their bylaws on zoning, and the ILO provided technical support to ensure the sustainability of the businesses and the quality of jobs. This model provides some insight into how the private sector can play a role in supporting those in the informal economy. Since 2017, UN Women has been partnering with De Beers and the governments of Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa to deliver Entrepreneur Her. This public-private partnership, through multiple phases, has seen De Beers provide financing around US $6 million over 10 years until 2026. The partnership has so far created 3,500 opportunities for women, and an additional 1,500 are expected by the end of 2026. Entrepreneur Her supports entrepreneurs through training, mentorship, and market linkages. De Beers provides financing and innovation, while the government also ensures policy alignment and scale. The policy lesson is that coordinated public-private investment yields transformative results. To scale up such an initiative, the government should integrate the model into national SME programs, co-finance expansion to advance SDGs 5 and 8. Since 2023, and Congaland Financial Services to implement the Empower Well pilot under the Strategic Investment Facility. This public-private partnership delivers integrated economic and health solutions, combining microfinance, mentorship, and sexual and reproductive health services. It has empowered over 630 women and youth, reaching 7,345 people with sexual reproductive health and GBV services, and provided 250 women and youth with access to finance. The government ensures policy alignment and training through the Financial Literacy Initiative, while Congaland manages the blended finance facility. Scaling this model through national SME and health programs with public co-financing could deepen the impact and advance SDGs 3, 5, and 8. Looking at the future and diversification of the economy and jobs, a new regional initiative from UNECA, this is the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, titled Strengthened Automotive Capacities in Africa and Contributing to the Integrated Regional Value Chain. This initiative will integrate private sector players into the automotive value chain and enable pathways as potential suppliers to the sector and original equipment manufacturers. Let me hasten to note that while there are many examples, we are underutilizing public-private partnerships to advance the job agenda. There are several reasons why this is so, but I will share a few. The amount of money invested in PP projects in the Global South has been volatile over the last 2 decades. Some have argued that public-private partnerships can lead to misaligned incentives that prioritize profit over social outcomes, poor risk allocation that burdens the public sector, and limited local ownership and stakeholder participation, resulting in projects that serve financing interests rather than long-term developmental goals. PPP frameworks were historically designed within infrastructure ministries and finance departments, not labor or social ministries. The structural bias reinforces the concentration of PPP expertise and financing instruments in capital-intensive sectors. However, the sector or the area does hold significant potential that warrants deliberate efforts to design PPPs that do it right, addressing governance and accountability concerns while harnessing their strengths to advance employment creation, skills development, and the extension of social protection. We need to improve the articulation of mutually beneficial outcomes where the government strengthens its capacity to partner the private sector for employment and gains development impact such that unemployed young people get decent jobs and the private sector acts responsibly while earning fair profits. So I note that my time is up, so I'm going to quickly just now say in conclusion to the Namibian private sector, I would just like to say your leadership is indispensable. Align business strategies with the SDGs and the Global Accelerator's vision. Engage in national dialogue, invest in skills, green technologies, and decent work. Uphold responsible business practices that value both profit and people. And to our government partners, the UN reaffirms its commitment to support policy coherence, capacity building, and partnership brokering. Together with the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and all development partners, we will continue to deliver collaboratively to support Namibia's vision of prosperity for all. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Pororo, for reminding us that Namibia does not stand alone, and for unpacking the various interventions that the UN system has extended to support our country. We now move to the core of the Namibia Public-Private Forum, the working group spotlights. These are not just presentations that we'll hear. We'll hear reflections that speak to the heartbeat of the reform we wish to see. We'll start off with 2 key sectors, namely the Agriculture, Water, and Fisheries Working Group and the Sports, Culture, Creative Industries, and Tourism Working Groups. I kindly ask the respective presenters for each of these sectors and working groups to make their way onto the stage. Namely, for the working group that focuses on agriculture, water, and fisheries, I invite Mr. Arnold Klein, the Chief Executive Officer of AGRA, and I invite Mr. Vetumbavi Mangunda, the founder of Ombu Capital, to kindly make their way to the stage. Please, a round of applause. I would also like to, as we're waiting, extend a kind invitation to our presenters for the second working group, in the interest of time, also to make their way to the stage. I extend an invitation to Mr. Kees Hubert, the Chief Executive Officer of Gondwana Collection Namibia, and as well as Ms. Tunja Doringo, the Vice Chairperson of the Filmmakers Association of Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, the President of Namibia, thank you for availing your time to listen to us today. Also, the rest of the protocol observed. I have Mr. Vitu Mungunda here with me as my co-presenter, so he will also handle some of the slides that we have prepared. First of all, agriculture, water, and fisheries is quite a broad sector. And what we have tried to do was to align the sector with Public-Private Forum. We have aligned it with the NDP6, and we've also tried to align it with the SWAPO Manifesto, which are excellent documents to use as reference. It has been said this morning by the President that agriculture is a priority area and an enabler, and that is what we truly believe it is. Our aim is to boost productivity, to boost value addition, and also investment. We also would like to achieve food security and job creation and increase the GDP. Currently, agriculture is employing 7.3% or contribute 7.3% to the GDP and contributes 16.1% to the national employment. If we look at that figures, if we look at the unemployment as well, agriculture is an enabler to eradicate unemployment. And we need to transform rural areas into primary production centers and processing hubs, and by that curbing urbanization. So that is what we hope to do. I'll ask Mr. Mungunda to just share a few slides with you to prepare for the rest of the presentation, where we come up with solutions to the challenges faced by the agricultural sector.
Thank you very much. So maybe just, it was said earlier here that agriculture is important. It was actually a number one as it was listed, but it's important to maybe also just provide some context as to why it is. So Her Excellency did indicate the high level of unemployment, but one of the key points to take into account is that if you look at the highest number of people that are unemployed in Namibia, only possesses junior secondary qualification as their highest qualification. So when we look at what we need to solve for, we need to do not have university degrees. The highest number is people with junior secondary qualification. And then as to which sectors then becomes important, because we need to look at a sector that has the highest absorption rates in terms of people with that level of qualification. That's one. The second one is, and it was also said earlier, is if we look at growth of some of these key sectors, agriculture, tourism, and fisheries, over the last 20 years, their contribution to growth in our economy has actually been negative. And it is a stark reality that we need to look at as a country. How do we start to make these sectors that are important? I think if I look at, actually the creatives is also there, also negative. So if you look at the sectors that Her Excellency indicated as key priority, agriculture, fisheries, the creative industries, they have had negative growth in the last 20 years. And that is probably why you also have seen a huge number of urban migration since independence. At independence, we only had 28% of our population living in urban areas. From the statistics last year in 2023, we had a higher number of people living in urban areas than in rural areas. So, and one of those is obviously because the economies or the sectors that support economic activities in rural areas have not been growing. And as a result, our people have been moving into towns. The other key thing also, maybe from a context perspective, you will see some sectors that have emerged in the last 15 years. One of that is grape, and the other one is charcoal. And if you look at those sectors, one of the key things is that if you look at grapes, it is on the Orange River, and there is water, and there's plenty of water. But the investments that have gone in there are investments that have come from the private sector. If you look at people that work there on the Orange River, mostly come from the north. But we have more water, better soil in the north. So why is it that we've not been able to replicate what we have seen on the Orange River in Kavango, in Zambezi, in Kunene? So these are questions, and I think one of the things that we are actually asking ourselves is, you need water for agriculture, and you need plenty of water, but we need to be able to access that water. We need to probably also generate that water, manufacture that water, transport that water. If you look at charcoal, this is also another thing, from a policy perspective. It's a new sector that has emerged from nowhere, but for a long time, no charcoal operations have been allowed in communal areas, but they have been allowed in commercial areas. So what has happened is that our people are moving from their communal settings to go to commercial farms to go and do charcoal. But there is probably more bush in the communal areas. So why is that, just from a policy perspective, what we are calling there the great communal disincentive? The other key thing in agriculture and whatever is, also the input costs are critical, and the biggest inputs into agriculture will be water and it will be electricity. So as I said, on water, availability of water is a problem, but also the cost of water is actually even a bigger problem. If you compare Windhoek tariffs to tariffs in Lusaka, Windhoek is almost 3 or 4 times, almost double that of Johannesburg. Similarly also with electricity. So our agriculture actually starts from a huge disadvantage in terms of cost, and as a result, and it's probably not only agriculture, but actually even all other industries that use lots of water and electricity as inputs into the activities. So that's also quite important. I think the other context is, this is a comparison of economic incentives, programs across the continent that we have done in terms of rural economies and agriculture. And as you can see, in Namibia, we don't have any incentives at all for the agricultural sector at a national level. But you see different type of incentives in other countries. And the one small incentive we had was that you could do some business in Windhoek and you use your tax losses in farming to set off. But even that was taken away as well in terms of ring fencing. So there is really, really nothing left in terms of incentives. I think that's probably, and this information is available in terms of the incentives in other African countries, but where is actually nothing in Namibia. So with that, I hand over to Arnold. Thanks.
Right, we have identified basically 5 constraints or challenges to the industry, and I'll try to be brief on that. So the first one that we have is that we need to make agriculture more attractive, more glamorous for people to enter, because young people currently do not enter the agricultural sector, and somehow it is also due to scarcity of water. How can we do that? Somehow we can look at the tax regime. We have got a few proposals regarding that, on zero VAT on implements and agricultural related equipment, a prompt VAT refund and tax refunds from NAMRA, because currently we feel that private sector is actually carrying a lot of that cost, and it eats up working capital if you wait for a year or longer even for your tax refunds to be paid. Ring fencing on agriculture industries, we need to abolish that because that attracts investment. If we can attract investment and get tax rebates on that, that would be great. We've got to look at diesel prices. It's one of the best or most expensive production costs that we have. To reduce diesel costs to farmers, we need to look at the northern communal areas, the health status of that. The northern communal areas cannot participate in the marketing of livestock the way that we would like that to be if we don't have proper vaccination programs, and also if we cannot restrict the movement of animals across borders. Vito has mentioned the affordability and the sustainability of energy supply. That is what we need. We need incentives to increase production, from crops to livestock to fodder, to even have feedlots in Namibia, to retain the meat in Namibia and to add value to that. We have to revive extension services to provide the training to the farmers, to upskill our farmers, and we definitely need rural development programs so that we can transform rural areas into primary production centers and processing hubs. And by doing that, we will curb urbanization. Access to water and water savings has been addressed also by Mr. Mungunda. Then the second challenge that we have identified is agricultural value chains that are not well developed, and then again, access to water by unproductive land that is currently there. So we need to fully develop highly potential land with access to water. We think of the green schemes, the rivers up north, and then also the Orange River, and that what that potential is that can provide. Private-public partnerships with green schemes, that needs to be implemented as a transparent partnership to unlock the high potential of that. We can think of infancy status to newly developed land and processing plants, for instance, and we can avail startup capital and subsidized interest to these operations. And I think a critical role to be played there is from the Development Bank of Namibia as well as the Agribank. It was said by the President this morning that we need to bargain from a level of strength. We fully agree with that, and I think we also need to build capacity within the government to negotiate on behalf of Namibia, and especially when it comes to South Africa and what South Africa achieves in negotiations with South Africa, and with Namibia being bullied in some instances with that. We need to promote increased consumption of Namibian produce and Namibian byproducts. We can start with government institutions like prisons, hospitals, NWR, police force, etc. And we need to enhance the agricultural skills and entrepreneurship in the whole development of our young people. Introduce proper agricultural training and entrepreneurship training already at school level, but also at tertiary level, so that agricultural sector can take up some of those youth that are currently unemployed, some of them well-skilled as well. We have another one is resource conflict and management. Specifically, this may be a bit controversial, so I took the invitation from the President this morning. I hope I don't anger you with this, but we've got to look at the uranium mining in the Stamford Aquifer and the risk that that poses to Namibia. We've also got to look at the human-wildlife conflict and those challenges that present to Namibia, and how we can incorporate wildlife and human life into the production systems. We've got to look at the regulatory burden and the rising cost of compliance. That was very well addressed by Mr. Titus Nampala, so I'm not going to go into too much detail of that, but I would like to emphasize what he has said there, is that we need collaboration and not fragmentation between private sector and public sector. We do need to get rid of red tape and discourage, because that is actually what discourages entrepreneurship, and we do need smart regulation. Then the last one, but not the least, is on fisheries. We need fisheries resources to recover in Namibia, and also as part of that to have the undeveloped aquacultural sector to have that fully developed. Now, recommendations that we have there for solutions is that we have to implement sustainable seal harvesting. There's a lot that can be done with seals, and I know that's also a very sensitive subject internationally, but there's a lot of scope to do that locally and to feed the population and to have byproducts that we can use locally. The other one is to increase the total allowable catch for economically viable industries to thrive, and we need to enhance patrolling and to prevent illegal fishing, because that actually take up the resources of Namibia and exploits that. We have to collaborate with the industry on seasonal closures between government and the fishing industry. And lastly, we need government to boost and to support the investment in aquaculture programs, because that can also facilitate a lot of jobs and investment and employment creation. So finally, if we look at this, and we have actually compiled a comprehensive document, which is much more comprehensive than what we have covered now, which we will also submit. But at the end of the day, we have to make sure that between public and private sector, that we have a monitoring system in place. And then from private sector side, to have people to help with that monitoring in collaboration with the National Planning Commission and the NIPDB, who is great at doing the job of facilitation like this forum, for instance. So thank you very much for that.
There we go. Thank you very much to our presenters. Time for us now to engage in the question and answer session. Once again, just a reminder of the rules of engagement. You get no more than 30 seconds to speak. Please organize your thoughts before you get the microphone. Indicate whether it's a question and answer, but more than important, of course, please stand your name and institution, because we have viewers that are watching at home. Do we have any takers? Okay, let's start here in front. Now, I said 30 seconds only, and then the first person to put up their hand is the former First Lady. So what am I supposed to do now?
I'm going to be very fast, and I'm not speaking as the former First Lady. I'm speaking as the chairperson of the largest private equity fund and the chairperson of the largest non-profit run in Namibia. I want to agree with everything that the two of you have said around agriculture, but I just want to caution against saying that agriculture will curb urbanization. Both can be done at the same time, and both are important, because the presentation you did here and what has to be done, I agree with every single point, particularly your points around smart agriculture. But the drivers of urbanization and the need for investments in cities will affect us all. So the macro trend around, the global mega trend around urbanization is not unique to Namibia, particularly from the continent perspective. And I think we make a mistake when we constantly position investment in agriculture as a curb to urbanization. We need to do both.
So with the clapping, we must choose. Are we committing to clap or not? Let's give it there. We've got one more on the other side as well. Okay, you can start and then we'll come on this end. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Albie Botha. I love the flag, so I have to make that declaration in the beginning. I think the biggest challenge we have is to understand that the closest market we have is South Africa. And how do we export more to South Africa? I think South Africa has figured it out very well to us, but we're struggling. The grape industry's success is South Africa. That's why the Orange River works and the Kunene doesn't, because it's called 1,500 kilometers. And we've got to understand those logistics as well. So I'd really like agriculture on all our panels to have a better understanding is how do we access our markets to South Africa? We have a serious inferiority complex with South Africa. That we need to address as Namibians. Once we do that, we'll find that logistics, which is a big challenge to the rest of the world, Europe is very, very far. We'll find that there's a lot more. So my challenge to agriculture as well is how do we build this export market to South Africa? I know we do a lot. I think it's part of the success of the agriculture industry, but I think that's a story for every industry today. Is how do we access South African markets better?
Thank you very much. Very important contribution there as well. We'll take that one and then we'll come back for the last contribution on this end before we bring it back to the floor and take the last round of questions. Thank you.
My contribution is the syndrome of importing.
Name an organization, sir.
John Kamuzep, Governor of Otjijan-Juba region. My take is on the import of vegetables and fruit from South Africa. We have a country where we have fertile soil and water. Still up to now, 35 years after independence, we are importing fruit and vegetable in this country. We know that some of these places like Kompat, Okanja, Otavi, Grootfontein are sitting with these commodities that can be used to contribute to the provision of our fruit and vegetables. Yet, because people are working in silos, this cannot be resolved. The skewed distribution of land also contributed to this factor. Last contribution is urban migration cannot be lived as it is today. These are the places that are identified as we have got a shortage of 500,000 backlog in houses. While we have at least graduates from vocational training centers that are laying and idling around. Concept of cash for work program for youth that can form bricks and go down to build for us the former Forum Kadudura houses instead of NHE houses that are measured on squares.
Thank you.
All those contributing factors can at least keep us out of this equation and quagmire in which we find ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder once again, colleagues, one contribution or question. I mentioned again earlier on that everybody in the room is important. I don't want to set a terrible precedent. If somebody makes a second contribution, we'll just cut the microphone on the other end. We don't want to resort to that. We'll take that one, and then this one, last one this side, and then we'll bring it back to the floor before we give another round. Thank you. Go ahead.
May I go?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Flexman Samuel from the public enterprises sector. I would like to put to the panel, given the enormous investment that this country has made in the Neketel Dam, the biggest dam in this country, what is the private sector perspective in terms of what needs to be done to be able to create the results that we are looking at, and also the type of time frame that we need, because we have always said that we have talked a lot in this country, now we need to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can provide, and then we'll bring it back to the floor. We don't want to take too many questions at one time. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Leonie Hartmann. I'm the CEO of Avagro. I would like to speak to point 4 that has been raised around regulatory framework and reforms. I've noted it down so I can not brainstorm while I speak. So please allow me to read. If Namibia wants to build a competitive, export-ready agricultural sector, we need a strong and fully functioning plant health framework that supports innovation under Act 36 of 1947. Namibia's competitiveness depends on a strong integrated plant health department that regulates both phytosanitary certification and agricultural inputs. Right now, there is a clear bottleneck. We have no pathway to register biofertilizer, biostimulants, and biological pest control remedies, which are vital for sustainable production and export compliance. My question, when will this act be fully implemented through a modern plant health system that enables the registration of the full range of biological inputs our sector urgently needs? I have a second contribution.
Thank you very much. There won't be no second contribution. Please don't take chances. No, the moment you do that, you disrespect the rest of the audience. Yeah? Thank you. We'll bring that to the floor.
Right. Can I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I will try to answer first of all on the Neketel Dam. I think the first thing that we as a private sector would need there would be the land allocation, and that we need exactly what is the size of the land that is allocated and how it will be allocated and what the land tenure structure would be. If we do know what that entails, private sector can make investment in order to serve those communities that will invest in those land as well, and to become a productive player in the economy.
So if I can take maybe a few of the other questions.
Please.
First Lady, I think the question around urbanization is very important. And I think maybe the context that is important there is not so much that we should cap urbanization, but we should actually understand the root cause of urbanization. Because normally when countries grow and they develop, urbanization happens. But it should actually be happening for the right reasons, not because people are moving away from problems, but they are moving towards opportunities. And remember, the people that are actually moving are people that do not have they have junior secondary qualification. And the type of work that is in cities is not quite fit for that. And that's why for most of these people that are unemployed, we really need to look for opportunities in agriculture, in tourism, creative industries, these type of sectors. Because these are the sectors that are immediately can absorb a number of people. So that's maybe my comment on that. And then the other one, I think the comment around South Africa is a pertinent question. And I think it's a question that as a country we need to really understand. What is our relationship with South Africa? And how do we benefit, how do we not benefit? The question of we're getting most of our imports from South Africa, but we are exporting very little to South Africa. I think the comment around grapes, actually our grapes most of them don't go to South Africa, they go to Europe. So what are we really, and why are we not be able to export to such a large economy that is close to us? I think this is a question that we need to be asking ourselves. But in terms of the imports, I think the question around why are we still importing? Why are we still importing is that you need water that is available at affordable cost in order to start to produce products locally that can be competitive. And that is really a critical challenge, I think, for this country in terms of agriculture. And then I think the modern health system and the plant registration that Leonie asked, I think that's probably for government.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do you have a last contribution there? I see you wanted to.
Also, I would also want to contribute in terms of the exports to South Africa. The whole foot and mouth disease status in South Africa also gives us a lot of opportunity. And so if we can do some processing, if we can also look also at export markets, not only to South Africa, because there are a lot of other export markets that have closed down for South Africa due to their animal health status. And there are other possibilities for Namibia as well.
Thank you very much. Can we please give a warm round of applause to our panelists for this session? The idea really is just to make sure that we're able to cover ground throughout the rest of the program. That's why we have to be extremely tight on the time for this morning. I would like to call on the next working group to present. Can you just please stand for that picture before we let you off? I'd like to call on Mr. Gijs Joubert, the Chief Executive Officer of Gondwana Collection in Namibia, please to come to the stage. He's the chairperson of the Working Group on Sport, Culture and Creative Industry and Tourism, and of course also Ms. Shuna Daringo, the Vice Chairperson and of the Filmmakers Association of Namibia. Please give them a warm round of applause. Here's the pointer now.
Good morning, Your Excellency. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all the protocol things. Apologies. We're from tourism. We don't understand all those things. I have long pants on, Madam President, because my female colleagues force me to. My name is Gijs Joubert, and I'm here with my friend Shuna Daringo, and together we will do the presentation on tourism, sport, and culture and creative industries. I'm not sure how many of you in the room know that our president was once our Minister of Tourism, and if I may add, very successfully so. So, Your Excellency, it is my distinct honor to represent what is clearly your favorite industry here today. In both Vision 2030 and in NDP 6, tourism plays a pivotal role in the development of our country, and especially in terms of job creation. And let me remind you that the kind of jobs that tourism creates is rural jobs. It is youth jobs, and the majority is female youth jobs. In fact, the target set in NDP 6 is a very bold target. It represents growth of 108% growth of tourism in the next 5 years. Yes, we need to double tourism, more than double tourism in the next 5 years. Madam President, how do we do that? It is not that complicated. We double tourism by doubling the number of tourists that visit our country. And I want to keep it simple, and I want to keep it concise in terms of tangible steps that we can take in terms of, and I'm going to use the tourism journey in this sense. It starts with brand Namibia. People cannot visit Namibia if they don't know about Namibia. We are so tired of being the world's best kept secret. We need an inclusive and a consistent brand under which we can represent and promote our country in all her spheres. Good work is being done under the leadership of our Minister of ITC and NIPDB, Margaret. But once this project is done, we need a national approach in promoting our country as a destination for tourism, sport, culture, creative industries, business, investments, and all others. Our brothers and sisters around us in Africa is very aggressive. It's just been announced that Angola is the head sponsor, the host of the biggest tourism event in Germany in March next year. They will host ITB. That is the first step. It is brand Namibia. People must know about us. Once they know about us, they must be able to get here. Our industry's #1 constraint for today, for the past year, and unfortunately what seems to be for the next year at least, is airlift. And it's getting worse. The availability of flights and the prices of flights. The flights to Namibia, especially our long-haul international flights, are chock-a-block full, but unfortunately not always with tourists. We need to enhance air connectivity by incentivizing more international and regional airlines to operate direct routes to Namibia. Again, currently good work is being done by the Air Connect Committee under the very, very good leadership of Busy Uriap at the Namibia Airports Company. But we must put this on steroids to expand routes and to reduce costs while developing secondary hubs. We have got a world-class facility in terms of the Walvis Bay Airport. And we keep on underestimating Katima Malilu to increase regional access and boost tourism. Katima Malilu is so well positioned, close to Vic Falls and the Delta in Botswana. Yet, currently its status and its infrastructure does not cater for scheduled international flights. That is something that we can prioritize and can fix. Ladies and gentlemen, once they arrive here, the next step is the ease of access. One of the focus points in terms of the NDP 6 is the digitalization. For instance, with the new visa regime, tourists are waiting hours in line while our immigration officers are often busy with us in this room, with returning Namibians coming to our country. If we can digitize passport gates where all of us can simply walk through so that our immigration officers can focus on our friends from other countries. again, not all tourism is equal. Our colleagues up in the Kaza region. Kaza is such a globally unique area where 4 countries come together in such a beautiful wildlife area. Tourists come to that area and they might stay 1 night in Namibia, across from Kasane. But we are being excluded because of the visa. And how we can fix that is like what Home Affairs did with the cruise ship industry. They took the cruise ships industry's hands to make it easier and more affordable for those who only come for a day. We fully understand the principle of reciprocity. We really do. But when it comes to sports, and even to business, we must be careful because sometimes we put requirements on visitors, especially from other African countries, which they don't put on us. Sports visas for sports teams and work permits for the coach of that team. Visas for meetings. If we go for meetings to South Africa, we don't need visas. The principle is simple. The more difficult we make it for people to come here, the less they will come. We need a unified approach, hopefully a risk-based approach, in terms of welcoming the vast majority of people who want to come here to spend their money, who wants to invest here and who wants to contribute to the development of our beloved country, while keeping out those who doesn't. Then they are here. And once they are here, they can enjoy the beautiful products that this country has to offer. But infrastructure is a concern. We are grateful for the upgrading of the road in Etosha National Park. The roads around Sossusvlei is becoming a big, big struggle. That, again, digitalization. Our access to our national parks currently is a manual, paper-based process. There is a low-hanging fruit to allow people to get online access. Connectivity in rural Namibia is a major problem, and we don't blame our connectivity providers. We are sometimes in the middle of nowhere in the bush. It is very difficult to get expensive infrastructure there. Our friends across the river up north in Zambia, they sit with Starlink. 24-hour, affordable, and a fast internet. It's also not only about tourism. It's about the beautiful stories that our rural youth have to tell. And Tuna will also touch on that. So there's another low-hanging fruit. I want to end off my first part by accepting our President's invitation to be a bit bold. Madam President, all of us in this room, we are all going to the same place. Forget about public and private sector. As Namibians, we have one destination, as a nation, and you are our leader. I can't speak of everyone in this room, but I know enough to know that we all desperately want this country not only to succeed, but to thrive. But the reality on the ground is that it is getting more and more difficult to do business and to develop our country. More and more regulation, red tape, and so often with devastating unintended consequences. Let me give you an example. I was asked to be specific. We as Namibian businesses, we operate in this market. If we acquire a fellow business in this market, we have an impact on competition, we understand that. When a foreign company comes in, they're not operating in this market, and they buy a Namibian business, in terms of our competition regulations, it is much easier for them to acquire a Namibian business than for a fellow Namibian company to buy a fellow Namibian business. Competition regulation is a noble cause, don't get me wrong, but the way we do it with devastating unintended consequences, like I've said. We've had experience where we wait 4 months for a decision. We are giving 24 hours to give input in terms of conditions. 100% of our conditions of our input gets ignored. And we end up with conditions like, as a company, we need to be audited twice a year. One audit costs 3 million. No benefit to competition, no benefit to the Namibian consumer, no benefit to the Competition Commission. It feels punitive. Madam President, we stand ready. We will be your bulldozers, but we need your help. We need a seat at the table. We need an equal seat at the table so that we can come to reasonable terms in the interest of all of us to take this country forward. Because we will be your partnership of purpose.
Good afternoon, Her Excellency. I stand on the protocol that's already been established, so good afternoon to everybody here. First of all, I think I would just really like to soak in this moment, because for once, the creative industry is standing on this stage and has got a voice. Now, for a long time, we have been undermined to a certain degree, you know, because I think that also because of some of the issues that my colleague has mentioned here, there is a lack of research and data that represents the input and the jobs that Namibia or the creative industry has employed. And simply because also we are hidden in some of the other sectors, because we are an ecosystem that employs not just the creatives, but we employ musicians, we employ makeup artists, we employ fashion designers, and we employ the hospitality industry, the construction industry, because we want to build a film city, for example. So our value chain really goes a long, long way, and I think that the lack of understanding and appreciation just has not been there. If you can allow me to further touch on the constraints that we have within the industry. And please, I'd like to also just highlight that when I mention products, I am talking about the products and services of the creative industry. So be it musicians, be it carpenters, be it, you know, artifacts, you know, that our people make. So there's a lack of implementation and monitoring of compliance within the existing quotas at national broadcasters through CRAN, which is a regulatory entity. And there's also a lack of funding for quality products and productions that limit the access to international markets. So also, this disables us to secure off-take agreements. So now when I go to Bank of Namibia or FNB, and I've got a business proposal for my business, one of the key questions they'll ask us is, okay, so what's your return on investment? And as a filmmaker, if we don't have products that are able to compete and can be purchased at international scale because of our small market and economy, we aren't able to tap into some of those financing models. So another issue is also that lack of local investments in quality creative products, but also capacity and services limit competitiveness in international markets, as this can result in offerings that fail to meet international standards or appeal to global audiences. Again, we're talking about export of services, export of products, because our market is small, so consumption is very low as well at the same time. And especially if you don't have a, you know, a local consumption mindset. So what I mean by that is that a lot of Namibians don't consume local music, local films. They always want to see what is on Netflix, what are the Americans doing, what are the Koreans doing. You know, what are the Beyoncés of this world doing? And there's a lack of national pride that's missing. But that's also because internationally we are unidentifiable. Like Nigerians, they really have done it so well in terms of when you see Nigeria in America, they are dressed as Nigerians. Their culture is represented in their films. Their narrative is spoken through their content, be it music or be it digital content or film content. So that national identity and pride is really lacking, but we can change the narrative by reinforcing and by making sure that the opportunities that we do have here, we are leveraging off of them. And again, when we talk about exporting, low-budget films, for example, fail to meet Netflix standards and are unable to receive off-take agreements due to lack of quality and international standards. For example, a carpenter who has to compete with Valence or Office Economics but does not have enough capital to purchase machinery and materials to be able to compete and unlock export opportunities. Now, this also leads, like I just reiterated now, this leads to weak branding when we talk about brand Namibia and hinders creative business from scaling and being unable to meet demands of larger markets. Now, if we talk about the incentives, while these increase production costs and hinder product and service providers to focus on quality, innovation, expanding or scaling their business to a level that helps them compete successfully in international offerings. These lack of tax rebates and levies are critical in terms of lowering production costs. And for example, if you say that, okay, as a film producer, we will give you rebates on your accommodation. We will give you rebates on your food items or fuel items. These are all areas that we can explore to reinvest back into the creative sector so that it can become more sustainable. And the other issue is that when this industry is disabled, we are then disabling the other industries that are within our ecosystem, making it also difficult for skills transfer opportunities due to lack of exposure to global expertise. So if we aren't opening up our doors to other countries through treaties like a co-production treaty that would allow us to collaborate on film productions or music productions, it becomes difficult for them to also support us. Because if you have a treaty, for example, with South Africa or with Germany, you are able to tap into their funding mechanisms as well, but you have to open your door to them as well. And then last but not least, if I can just also quickly touch on further incentives. I think that it's very important for private sector to also play its role and not just the government. For a long time, it's been difficult to go to a private sector. If we go to a De Beers or Swakop Uranium and we say, please help me produce my film, I think that the onus is on you to say, okay, how do I tap into my corporate social responsibilities and enable you? But also government, can you then give me a tax levy for this? Because I've supported the creative industry. So those are some of the mechanisms that we need to also look at. And I believe that our dear Minister Theophilus has already started this conversation, but the monetization options for local products and services can help creators to export the expertise, and these can be done through bilateral agreements between Bank of Namibia and international online platforms. So these conversations need to be ongoing because we need to bring in money into the country. We can also create post-production hubs. South Africa has done this beautifully. If an American production can leave America to go and do post-production in South Africa because the labor is cheaper and the incentives are welcoming. Why aren't we doing it this, what's stopping us from doing that as well? Because we've got a young demographic that has the expertise, you know, in terms of digital expertise. So why can't we empower them to export their graphic services or the editing services? And these can be done from the comfort of their homes. But we are exporting services and we are bringing in money, and this can be reinvested in the creative sector once again. Lastly, we need collaborative efforts between industry leaders and government, such as the NIPDB, thank you for this opportunity, and the NPC. And through the CCI committee that was prioritized in the SWAPO implementation plan should be vigorously and monitored regularly for accountability and for formalization of the industry. Because if we don't have structure, it's difficult to appeal to certain demands and also tap into certain opportunities that are there for the creative sector. I think that in a nutshell, that is it from my end. Thank you.
Just quickly, I just want to highlight one or two things on behalf of our friends at sports as well. I think a lot of it has been touched on, but the one is policy uncertainty in terms of the Sports Act. That is something that they asked that we specifically point out. Funding as well in terms of sports, the whole sports sector, and especially the infrastructure. We've touched on the visas already. And again, infrastructure, a very good idea is that, would it not be more cost effective to upgrade existing infrastructure, especially at schools all around Namibia in terms of sports, regarding ideas from our colleagues in sport. I think all the others, and we have touched on. So in the interest of time, I hand back over to our.
Thank you very much to our panelists and speakers. I believe the call is clear. Namibia is the world's best kept secret. Let's change that narrative. We'll now open the floor for questions, and given that we're slightly over time, we'll try to run through the Q&A session as quickly as possible. Are there any questions from the floor? I see a hand right at the back. Sir, you may go ahead.
Hello. All protocol observed. My name is Peter Haufiku. I am the CEO of Elefila Premium Sports Agency. I just wanted to add on to what my colleague said. It seems like sports is just an afterthought. Like once we all speak about what we want to speak about, then we say, oh, sports is great. This is something that I really dislike and something that I've seen as a pattern that has been happening over time. But I want us, thank you. But I want us to specifically look into professionalizing sports. Yes, we've glazed over what it is that we need to talk about, but I think this is a very, very important aspect to think about. We're thinking about things like broadcasting. Broadcasting is something that brings immense amount of money into sports throughout the world. Another thing that we need to think about is privatizing our Premier Leagues, whether it's football Premier League or rugby. We need to privatize it in order for us as individuals to come in and invest. Because once we do that, there's more transparency. Once the teams are actually the ones that are in charge of where the money goes and when it's coming in and all of that. We need to make sure that we, yes, update our Sports Act, but at the same time, also put it together with the labor law so that we have a minimum wage for our athletes, for our coaches, for our sports infrastructures as well. So please, let's just make sure when we move forward that we make sure that sports is one of the headline topics and that we actually make sure that it is heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Haufiku, for that contribution and that reminder that sports is not an add-on. Can I kindly ask that we try and as far as possible to limit our contributions to questions. Remember to stick to 30 minutes in order for us to cover as much ground as possible. Next question.
Good afternoon. My name is Sulaiman Kiababa from the creative industry. Mr. Moderator, I feel you've robbed the CCI the best moment. We needed more time. There's a lot. This sector has been affected, the most affected sector in the country, contributing to the highest suicides in the country. I feel we've not really touched the problems that have affected it. I don't know how we're going to do that, but I feel the time that has been given to it is actually very small. My contribution and question is, as per the SWAPO manifesto, there was a proposal that they'll set up a CCI committee to look into the issues of the CCI. Has that committee been established? If not, when is it to be established?
Thank you, sir. We'll take 2 more questions before we move to the artists. I see a number of hands. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Roger Herze, MD MultiChoice Namibia. I've got 3 short points which will fit into 30 seconds. Okay, thank you. So piracy, as we want to establish this industry, creative industry, we must be mindful of the fact that piracy is going to be a #1 enemy for us, and therefore it requires collective effort. Second point, level the playing field. So as we spoke about regulation and the more regulation to those of us that you can see, we must be mindful of the fact that competition are also coming from an online point of view. And it's not only something that is happening in the creative industry, but it is something that happens across. A lot of transactions happen in this country through institutions that are not registered, regulated, and paying tax in the country. So we need to take note of that. And then the last point is the people that we are looking at to create jobs for, in terms of research, they operate on a principle which is called instant gratification. So if government does not transform the pay system, especially for frontline staff, to a more commission-based instant gratification pay system, won't we get the type of productivity that we are looking for in order to serve those that are coming from outside? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Kindly like to ask for the last question.
Thank you very much. I'm Cicely Jacobs, Chairperson of the National Arts Council and Executive Manager of the Namibian Arts Association. I want to address the issue of the question on even stating that these people are employed, particularly in the CCIs. The Namibian creatives are explicitly excluded from the Labor Act of 2007, and therefore from social protection, minimum wage, and minimum basic conditions. There is also the issue of almost earning nothing from traditional means of royalties or even from streaming online or on social media platforms. And this means we need very much quick legal reform because AI is pending and is going to make a lot of work, not just for the CCIs, but our own, redundant. And so we need legal reform in the labor law. How can we fast track the Copyright Act and bill that has been drafted for a few years, and then also funding for BIPA to increase capacity for IP enforcement that is causing royalty disbursements lacking to the artist. We need the private sector to dangle our industries as carrots for advertising on these streaming platforms so that they can be monetizing our artists and our local content in Namibia so that we can earn those royalties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So how can we ensure that we are fast-tracking reform in order to support the creative industries, and how can the private sector come to the table? So I believe there are a number of questions and comments there directed to the public sector. However, if there are any remarks from our panelists, you're free to go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's just in relation to Mr. Sula's question in regards to the CCI committee. We've been in touch with MASEC, and they've said that it is in the works, and I think a lot of these other pending issues can also be channeled through that platform because it is a vehicle that's supposed to address all of these issues and hopefully also have a better coherent relationship with government and, unions like the labor unions as such. But yeah, so I think that, yes, I do agree as well. We were really pressed on times. There were some things that I had to leave out. But yeah, we respect your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yobert, any comments from your side?
I think just a last comment from my side, also to a question in terms of the creative industry and a comment that Tuna made. And that is that, we have a small market in terms of Namibian consumption, but for our creatives, if we can get the digital platforms right, they can sell to 7 billion people around the world. And for that, we need the Googles and the Metas of the world to sit up and take notice of us. Our president said we should stop begging, and we should start telling them, why can our young people not monetize on their platforms? It is not fair and it's not acceptable that our creatives can only sell local. They must be allowed to sell to the globe like our South African colleagues can do.
Thank you very much. I saw that there was still a number of hands. I think we'll take the final 2 questions before we close the panel. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. My name is David, my surname is Namalenga. I just wanted to comment on what Hayes was saying in relation to how we do good for the foreign companies and how do we do bad for local companies. This is one of the very serious problems. When you raise a concern as a person, as an entity locally, you can be given 12 years to be responded. And if they want to punish you, it's 3 days. So we truly need to discuss this matter, and it's really part of what makes business not to run. And we want to put this on record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final question, I see there's this gentleman right in the middle.
Thank you very much. My name is John Walenga. Madam President, a creative mind is like a trained soldier. A soldier, I'm told, if you confine them to the barracks, because they are trained to pull a trigger, the first victim becomes the next soldier. Now, a creative mind, when it's not fully utilized, the only bullet they have is a mic and a pen. We are fortunate so far that creative minds in Namibia have not turned their mics and pen against our government. So, Madam President, you have taken the right decision to make it a priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
We will now close with the final reflections.
Good morning.
No, sorry, apologies. We are now going to wrap up, given that we are far over time. So can I kindly ask for our panelists just to provide closing reflections based on the remarks that were provided. Thank you.
Again, I think I've said it, Madam President, thank you for this opportunity. We stand ready to serve, but like I said, we need your help.
Yeah. I think from my end, again as well, thank you so much, Madam President, for this opportunity. And I think one more just small comment that I need to really emphasize on is I know I'm going back a little bit, but import taxes also are quite limiting, but that's also an enabler for the economy. Because if we're going to bring in, music equipment or film equipment, to produce more content that has the ability to be exported, then we need to enable that and open up that channel. But I think these are ongoing conversations, and I do not stand here by myself, and I know that there needs to be further consultations, but I'm just glad that we're taking the first step.
Thank you very much. Can we please give our presenters a round of applause? I will now call upon my co-director to announce the lunch arrangements that are in place.
Thank you very much. So before we break for lunch, I would like to call on the head table, of course, for family photo here on stage before we break for lunch. Can you also please come on the platform for the picture as well? Ms. Nangula Wanja. Okay, that's fine.